All right. I'll call the meeting to order at 6:17 p.m. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming to today's Port Ranch Neighborhood Council meeting. My name is Gabriel Callan. I am the president of this council. I have a few announcements to make. This meeting is being recorded, and the recording will be available on PRNC YouTube page, as well as our webpage, prnc.org. All meeting attendees will be automatically muted when they join. Attendees may address the board in one of two situations: comment on an agenda item or provide a general public comment. After each agenda item is read out loud and before a board vote is taken on that item, if any, I will ask if any member of the public wishes to address the board regarding the agenda item being considered. At that time, the meeting attendees can electronically raise their hand to speak by pressing *9 if they're using a telephone for audio, or clicking the raise your hand button on Zoom. That will prompt the president that you wish to speak. I will go down the list of those who have raised their hands, turned on their audio one at a time, and ask him or her to go ahead and provide public comment within a specific period of time. When the speaker's time expires, I will let the speaker know that their time has expired, thank them for their comment, and turn off the audio for that speaker. This process will continue until all attendees who raise their hand have spoken. At that time, the board will discuss the motion and take a vote if they choose so. As noted in the meeting agenda, there is an item dedicated to public comment on items not on the agenda, but within the purview of the board. When the item comes up during the course of the meeting, I will ask if any member of the public wishes to address the board regarding any issue that is not on the agenda, but within the purview of the board and the domain of the board's actions and capabilities. At that time, the meeting attendees can electronically raise their hand to speak using the same procedures described previously. Please note that under Brown Act, the board is prevented from discussing or acting on a matter that is brought to its attention during the general public comment period. However, the issue raised by a member of the public may become the subject of a future board meeting. Public comments is limited to 2 minutes per speaker unless adjusted by the presiding officer at their own discretion. Let's go to item number 3, which is roll call. Becky, you're doing that today?
Sorry, Becky, you gotta unmute.
Maybe she can't hear us.
Becky? You're muted. There you go.
Okay, Hilda Sarkisian.
Here.
Okay, Jason Hector,
Here,
Luis Ramirez. Absent, Becky Levesque here, Brandy Grace. Here. Jennifer Abraham. Absent, Voss Singh,
Here.
Christine Demersian.
Here.
And Gabriel Conlon.
Here, and
David Balin here.
Thank you.
I
Thank you,
got that.
Becky.
I got David. You
Yeah,
were
we
the
didn't hear
first
you
one.
though. Perfect. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you, Becky. All right. Next item, item number 5, President's comments and updates. Thank you, everyone, for coming to today's meeting. Today's meeting will be very long, which includes many important updates, including updates from Caltrans regarding Reseda off-ramp, Argos Scientific regarding air monitors, updates from our public officials, and Chatsworth Port Ranch Chamber.
Gabriel, there is a pledge of allegiance before that.
Yeah, we missed that.
Okay, we can go back right after this.
Okay.
I would like Becky to keep a timer on the public comments not to exceed 2 minutes. Once our secretary calls time, please finish your last sentence or comment, as you will be muted in respect to all attendees. We also will be discussing updated budget and announcing our sad news of Jason resigning from treasurer end of the month. We will be hopefully choosing a new treasurer today, and I hope the board steps up and takes over the position. The new treasurer has to take additional funding courses with the city clerk, and that could be discussed at a later time. Meanwhile, Jennifer, which is our second signer, and myself as alternate signer, can continue signing NPGs and other funding items. Please note that we do have a lot of NPGs today, and to be transparent, all NPGs that are sent are automatically added to the agenda for the board to vote on. And let's go back to the Pledge of Allegiance. Becky?
Okay, everybody stand and put your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to the
to the
United
flag
States,
Flag.
United States of America,
America,
and to
and
and
for
to the republic
For
which it stands,
stands
one nation,
nation
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty,
and
justice
justice
for
for
all.
all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Let's go to item number 6, which is updates from representatives of elected officials or city departments. If you are here, please raise your hand. I see Colin with your hand up. I see Anthony. Thank you. Colin, the floor is yours. And I see Garrett. Excellent. Colin, floor is yours when you're ready.
Can y'all hear me now? I've got some technical difficulties.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, let me see if I can get my video going. There I am. Hi, everybody. Colin Cruz, District Director for Councilmember John Lee. It's good to see all of you this evening. I'll keep it as brief as possible because I know you guys have a packed agenda. Our Lee 12 High School Leadership Program is currently accepting applications for high school students who are interested in civic engagement and learning about leadership. The program exposes students to the civic process and teaches them how the city of Los Angeles works. The application deadline has actually been expanded to this Friday, the 16th. So if you're interested, if your high school student is interested in that program, please reach out to our office. You can either call us at 818-882-1212, or you can email councilmember.lee@lacity.org. Another important update is DOT has reopened the speed hump program. They haven't been accepting applications for residential speed humps in quite a while, but the application process is going to ramp back up on Thursday, October the 6th for a limited time. There's a limited number of projects planned for each council district. They will review each project on a first come, first served basis. So if you're interested in that program, again, you can email our office and we can direct you to the link on DOT's website, or you can just Google search LA DOT speed hump program and you can find the information there. There is an application form you can fill out and a list of criteria to see if your street would be available to get the speed humps. And then last but not least, Councilmember Lee voted in favor of expanding the 4118 prohibition on sitting, lying, sleeping, or otherwise known as the anti-camping ordinance within 500 feet of any school or daycare in the city of Los Angeles. Prior to the expansion of the prohibition, we had to go through school by school and go through the legislative process and declare each school an anti-camping zone, and then install myriad signs within 500 feet of the school, making that prohibition known. This is a blanket rule now within 500 feet of any school or daycare. It hasn't gone into effect yet, but it will be going to effect very soon. And that's what I've got for you guys tonight.
Thank you, Colin. Any questions for Colin? Raise your hand.
David's got his hand raised.
1 second. Who's that? Sorry.
David.
David Balin.
David Bailey.
Colin, good evening. Quick
Hi, David.
question for you. Do you have any updates? I've been getting a lot of calls and a lot of conversation, a lot of chit chat, at our local Starbucks in regards to the park and naming of the park and where we're at on that, because it's kind of the naming of the park has gotten stagnant with Rex and Parks, but I was kind of wondering what you know about it at this time. Thank you. Or what's John's position on this naming?
So we've got two park naming things going on. We're talking about the 50-acre park, or are we talking
That's
about
correct.
ET Park?
That's no, not ETG, right? The 50-acre
Okay.
park. The one that we've
that
had
is-
so much debate going over for the last 5 years.
Yeah, I mean we've got some interesting stuff going on with ET Park as well. But to the best of my knowledge, the focus right now is on just completing the park, and then they're going to worry about the naming of the park once it's complete. The last update I heard, construction of the park is going very well. But that's really the focus. That's everybody's focus right now, rather than the naming. But that process will move. We'll get there, and then everybody will have input. And the council member, doesn't, as of right now, he hasn't said how he feels about what the park should be named. The focus is just making sure that the park gets up and running as quickly as possible.
Right. There have been recommendations by the neighborhood
Sure.
council previously, so just wanted to see where we're at on that. But thank you so much.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Colin. We have a few questions. John and Michelle Hills, floor is yours.
Thank you. John Hales here.
Hello,
Colin,
sir.
how you doing?
I'm doing all right, sir. How are you tonight?
Oh, good, good, good. Towards the end of August, we sent you an email and you responded to it about an abandoned truck that's on 8400 Reseda.
Mhm.
And you suggested certain things were going to follow or going to happen. One was they were going to prepare the truck to be hauled away after 3.5 years, hauled away. September 6th was the target date. Obviously, it's gone beyond that. And the reason I bring it up is not that I'm becoming impatient, is I did call and I inquired about that truck. And they don't show that truck anywhere in the system whatsoever. And I'm saying, no,
This is in Northridge, correct?
yes, sir.
I believe that vehicle was cleaned and impounded. I
No,
will
it's still, yeah, do that.
double
please.
check. I will double check,
Yeah,
but
When it burned out,
the day that it was supposed to be cleaned, there was a change in sanitation schedule. They were supposed to go there first. They ended up having to go there second. And I had an email chain from the officers that were going to impound it, checking to see where sanitation was. And then I got another email saying, oh, they're here, they're clearing it, all's well. And I drove by there the other day and I wasn't looking for it because I thought it was taken care of, but I didn't notice it. Let me follow up on that, Mr. Hales. If it's still there, then we'll deal with it.
yeah,
But
well,
I thought it was taken care of, but
I would be patient, but when I call and they say it doesn't exist and never was in the system, I was thinking either A, that's a rookie, or B, welcome to Los Angeles. Thank
no,
you.
it was in the, I mean, they're not going to be able to see like, the sanitation, they're not gonna be able to see my spreadsheet of where I'm requesting the truck be prepped by sanitation and prepared for tow. They're not gonna be
Okay.
able to see that. And I know that Slow Zamora and Slow Corral we're both working on that. If it's still there, we'll get it knocked out.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. I just want
I
to be,
believe that it has been at least prepped for tow. And like I said, I'll check. I'm gonna drive by
Okay.
there tomorrow morning. So
thank you, sir. Be safe.
thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next is Lionel Maris. I hope I didn't butcher that name. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Colin Cruz. Question regarding the LADOT speed humps, is it only specific for a specific council district or is it available for all council districts?
All council districts are getting an allotment of speed humps. I believe, don't hold me to it, I think each council district is going to get 25 projects.
And I need to submit a request to my specific council member directly
No.
or to LADOT?
No, DOT is requesting that that individual residents go through the process and not actually go through the council office. So I would read this link out to you, but it's incredibly long. It's, it's LADOT projects, safety programs, etc. But if you want to just email our office, we can send you the link. But yeah, individual residents actually have to put in the request rather than going through us.
You can just Google it, LADOT
Yeah.
Speed Hump Program.
Comes up pretty much at the top.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is Assad Al-Najjar. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, members of the board. Good evening, Colin. Good to see you.
Hello.
I have a quick question. So LA County yesterday approved the plan to end COVID-19 tenant protection at the end of this year. And do you have a feeling where our council, specifically our councilman, will be spearheading on this one, or it's too premature to know? Thank you.
I mean, I kind of surprised at the question. I mean, the council member held a press conference about this very issue last month, calling for an end to the moratorium. Obviously, his main concern is, we've got a lot of mom and pop landlords in the city of Los Angeles, and a lot of them, these properties that they rent out, it's their livelihood, and a lot of them have gone 2+ years without receiving any rent, and they're in danger of losing their property. So, like I said, the council member is spearheading it. He's asked for a report back on best practices on how to go forward with ending the moratorium. So that's kind of where we're at. But he has already been championing the end of the moratorium, again, largely because of, he receives emails every day from folks that own a house that was left to them by a parent or something along those lines, and they haven't received rent in forever, and they're in danger of losing, what essentially is their retirement or their only source of income. So it's a very important issue for the council.
Thank you, Colin, and we thank Councilman Lee for spearheading this, and hopefully all the other council members follow his lead. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Assad. Next is Andrew O'Donnell. Floor is yours.
Hi, Mr. Colin. Earlier this year, I believe, or even late last year, I talked to somebody in your office about the concern I had. The LA City pools do not have credit card or digital means to take payments. Lifeguards literally have to count change, and I saw them doing this in a pile, penny by penny. And the lady was going to look into it. It just seems kind of odd. That's 2022, and the LA City pools cannot take a digital form of payment, credit card, Apple iWatch, anything like that. Do you have any update on that by any chance, or maybe it can be followed up later on?
I mean, I do not. My colleague, Merker Martinez, she's our deputy district director. She handles rec and park issues for the office. That would also have to be,
I think that's coordinated.
Yes. Yeah, and she would have to follow up with the legislative team, because that would end up being a budget issue and a legislative issue. If you'd like, I'm not going to ask you to put out your contact information in the middle of this chat, but if you want to email me or email the council member, he'll make sure that it gets to Merca. Or if you want my email address right now, I can give it to you, and I can direct you to Merca, or I can give you Merca's email address.
I'll follow up with Merca or one of the board members. Thank you very much for the time.
Okay, yeah, her email is her name, merca.martinez@lacity.org.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Andrew. All right, we got a couple more. I got A7MWCB. The floor is yours.
Thank you. This is Maria O'Donnell. I understand there's some wording in this provision where the anti-camping provision that was passed by the city council, that even though they cannot camp within 500 feet of a school, if they're living in a car, they cannot be moved. Is that accurate?
That is
wording in this.
It's not a wording issue. It's the nature of the ordinance. So we used to have an ordinance 8502, which prohibited living in your vehicle around schools, parks, or in residential areas. But 8502 legislatively is tied to the vehicle and not the individual, meaning that LAPD or DOT could issue a citation to the owner of the vehicle, and it was tied into the vehicle. The anti-camping ordinance is about the person, so they're issuing a citation to the individual that is in the tent. Councilmember Lee has long supported the reauthorization of 8502. It actually expired before the pandemic. It expired on January 1st of 2020. Obviously it's something we would like to see come back. However, there's not well, my boss is trying to build support and consensus with his colleagues. Right now, there's not a lot of support for bringing it back. It was always a very contentious vote prior to it expiring. It always had to be reauthorized, I believe, every 6 months. And it was always a real, like I said, a very contentious vote.
Okay,
It is something that our office is working on, like possibly some sort of modified version of it. But yes, you're absolutely correct. The two things are separate, the vehicles and the encampments.
okay, and so is that the reason that the campers that are along San Fernando Mission Boulevard and Rinaldi between Zelza and Reseda Boulevard are not being moved at all? And there's one on Rinaldi between Asuncion and Wilbur that has been there forever, even though signs are posted, they cannot park overnight, but it has not been moved. I guess I'm frustrated because there seems to be no accountability and nothing is being done, even though we have laws.
Well, that's
passed by our
actually,
council.
yes, ma'am. And that's actually a different issue. As I'm sure all of you are aware, our office has been very proactive in installing restricted parking signs to prevent the kind of things that you're seeing. There's hundreds of them throughout the district, and we have been very, we have not been stingy with putting those signs up. However, there was a moratorium on impounding vehicles during COVID.
Correct.
That moratorium, the council member fought to get that pulled back in so we could try to get a lid back on this issue, which is pervasive throughout the district, particularly in our industrial areas like over in Chatsworth. In the meantime, it will come as a surprise to, I'm sure, no one. The city was sued in federal court. An individual had an exorbitant number of unpaid parking tickets, and the city had impounded their vehicle. An advocacy group sued on this person's behalf, and a federal judge issued a preliminary ruling saying that the city's impound policies are in violation of the Fourth Amendment, illegal search and seizure.
Oh, geez. Okay.
So whereas prior to this ruling, your vehicle could be impounded for lack of a license plate, expired tag, 72-hour rule, exorbitant unpaid tickets, violating parking restrictions like the signs that you referenced, inoperable vehicle. There were, myriad things that your vehicle could be impounded for. We can only issue citations for those now. If a vehicle is blocking a fire hydrant, if it is blocking a bike lane, if it is blocking a traffic lane, then it is deemed a public safety hazard and we can impound. But all of these other things, like the signs, that has been removed. And frankly, the citations, without the prospect of an escalation to being impounded, are not particularly effective. So that's another little, that's another thing that a federal court has given us to try to figure out a way to enforce laws without any sort of enforcement measures.
I appreciate the information and clarification. Thank you.
Thank you,
very
ma'am.
much. Let's move on to Ron Nagaib. Floor is yours.
Hello, board members, and Colin, thank you very much for your report this evening. I wanted to mention regarding the speed humps and bumps. We had the fire department come at least twice over the many years when this issue would come up. And the fire department always cautioned us that these humps are not helpful when they're rushing up here on an emergency. And especially when they pick up a patient and they have a neck or a back injury or some kind of internal injury going over these humps, it's slowing down service to the community. And then as they took away emergency services from our local fire stations, I don't know where we stand today, and they had to come further, they said it's going to take that much longer to get to you. and that much longer to take you to the hospital, which is very dangerous. And also they said that when we have a major fire up here, it's not just fire vehicles, but support vehicles for brush clearance and things. And if these trucks are rushing and jostling around and branches are falling all over the street, that creates a traffic hazard for cars. And also when cars are speeding during an emergency, if their suspension is not properly maintained, they could very easily go out of control. And you've probably seen this in the community when you drive around and you see these cars jostling around when they go over a speed hump. So I would caution the community, and that even though the thought may be good, it's really creating a hazard. That's why up till now, we have not had those speed humps, because we want the emergency services to get here as quickly as possible and to as safely as possible and quickly as possible, take the patients to the hospital. Thank you.
You're 100% correct. First responders are not, they're not fans of the speed humps for all of the reasons you just laid out. That is very true.
Thank you, Ron. Next is Patty, and then Lisa, and then Judy, and then we can move on. Patty, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Speaking of ET Park, what is the news?
We're working through some technicalities with Rec and Parks regarding the renaming. I don't really want to go down the rabbit hole with all of the, you know, the technicalities, but we're working on it. It was kind of an unexpected roadblock, pardon the pun, for our previous discussion. But our team and Merca are working diligently to figure out the way forward with that.
Yeah, thank you from us movie buffs.
Thank you. Next is Lisa, floor is yours.
Am I next?
Okay, good evening, board and residents. Thank you for this forum. I'd like to bring to the attention of the board my efforts to try and get some assistance from Caltrans in updating the 118 freeway sound walls from Tampa through Woodley. I've been working diligently with the Assemblywoman's office and Anthony. They've been incredibly proactive and very helpful. But I'd also like to bring this to the attention of the board so that we could all be on one page in regards to getting these sound walls updated. I've lived here for approximately 12 years. I have neighbors who have lived here for more than 40 years. And these walls have not been addressed. The amount of traffic that flows through the 118 freeway is far more than it has been over the last few years with the addition of all the new housing on the hill. So I would just like to bring this to your attention that this is something I think that should be a major priority for our community. Again, I've been working with Assemblywoman office and Anthony, and they've been very helpful, but I'd also like your support in getting this sound wall updated and perhaps even helping some of us who live along the freeway get some updated windows as well.
Thank you, Lisa. Colin, you want to add something to that, or?
No, I don't. I mean, it sounds like that's
Anthony's coming up.
Yeah, Anthony's coming up next. So.
Yeah, I'll leave it to Anthony. It sounds like
Perfect.
It's more in his wheelhouse.
Thank you, Lisa. Anthony will probably respond to that once he comes on. Thank you. And Judy, the floor is yours.
There we go. I would just like to know if anyone knows what is transpired with the Reseda off-ramp from the 118 freeway, or is that coming up?
That is an agenda item that's coming up soon.
Then I will wait.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with no further questions, thank you, Colin. I think we'll be seeing you in a few moments.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you. Anthony, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Is there a way to turn the camera on, or?
You are, bro. Okay, 1 second. There you go. I thought you were already a panelist. Now you should be able to.
Sorry about that. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Yeah, hi, everyone. This is a really important meeting for us. My name is Anthony Angelini. I'm the senior field representative for your Assemblywoman, Suzette Valadares. Obviously, we're all really excited about the updates tonight for the Reseda off ramp. I think that there's probably, I can't see how many people are logged on, but I'm sure there's at least 100 here who are interested in hearing an update for that. So I don't want to take up too much of your time with the legislative update. The legislature is out of session right now. But the one thing I do want to point to is the Assemblywoman did support the establishment of the care courts program, which would create a court program that would steer homeless people with mental disorders into treatment. And we are really supporting that. And the Assemblywoman's legislative package was completed and submitted. We are probably going to be getting 2 bills on the governor's desk. Quick response to Lisa about the sound wall thing. Now, we have been diligently working on this issue. I actually had, you all know Diana, who usually does these meetings. She actually went down there with a decibel reader just to get some more evidence to send over to Caltrans. It's also not really a Caltrans issue. Sound walls are Metro Transport. And I have been attending the Metro Transport board meetings. And at the last board meeting, your city council member, Paul Krikorian, was excited to announce that he had gotten his sound walls approved to the tune of a few $1 million. And that was something that he had been shooting for since he was in the state assembly. And he was last in the state assembly in 2010. And he's been a Los Angeles city council member since then. So this is an issue that is ridiculously complicated and hard to pursue really from Metro. But at the last meeting, they did bump us up a level from a phase 3 priority to a phase 2 priority, which is a little bit of a victory. And so, yeah, on the issue of Caltrans and tonight's meeting, I do want to say that we're all very, we all take this very seriously. I'm the one in the district that does most of the casework and that does a lot of the district management. And this has got to be the #1 thing that people are calling about right now. And it's not just a few a day, it's dozens a day that are concerned about this issue. So we're excited to invite Caltrans to this meeting tonight, and we're excited that they're showing up and they're actually going to do this. I do think there are some positive updates coming up, so I'm also excited about that. But I will say that that the Assemblywoman has been very hands-on about this, and it is a really, really serious thing. And I want to thank Becky for instigating this, and I do want to thank the Caltrans liaison, and I have to give a shout out to John Lee's office. Without them, there would be a lot less progress. So it's been weekly meetings. The Assemblywoman has been on the ground involved. And she's back in the district now, and she's very hands-on about this, and she's very concerned. I personally drive that freeway every single day, and so I know exactly what everybody's going through, and I want to get this done, and I want to see how we can move forward. Our district office is your liaison to the state of California, so don't sleep on us as a resource. I was complaining about getting dozens of phone calls a day. That's not a complaint. I love getting those phone calls because it's actually it actually shows that it feels good, and it's very rewarding when we're actually able to help and we're actually able to get solutions to these kinds of problems. So know that, not just with Caltrans, but also with EDD issues or DMV issues or whatever the the state agency is, the Board of Registered Nurses, whatever. Our office is very hands-on, and we are really committed to trying to get these issues solved. So that's all I'll say for now. I'm sure that this topic will come up, and I'm sure that there's thousands of questions. So
Thank you, Anthony. I got Brandy and then Jason. Brandy? I'm not Brandy, Becky.
Thank you. Just real quickly, the stakeholder that brought the sound wall issue up, I would really appreciate it if she could maybe get a hold of me. This is almost, and I know a lot of people who live along that corridor, that this is really the first that I'm hearing about it. I hear the freeway all the time from where I live, and I'd like to talk to her, and perhaps as a neighborhood council, we could work together with Anthony and Assemblywoman Valadares and all of the elected officials at hand to see what we can do about this. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Becky. Jason?
Thank you, Anthony, for your help. I just had a quick comment about the decibel measurements. At what time did they take those measurements? Because that's very important too, because, we really want to focus on taking measurements at the peak hours, right? So, obviously morning and afternoon commutes or, so I'm curious when those measurements were taken, if you know.
I know it wasn't peak hours, and I also know that we were still about 10 decibels over the limit that Metro designates as the, I think it's 70 is the limit. And I think we were well above that, and it wasn't peak hours. So it is an issue. Metro knows, and the only reason that we really went down there with that was just to get a little bit of a better argument when we go and talk to them about it. Another thing that would really help us, and this goes back to Becky, is a robust community response too. So if I think my sources are telling me that the previous Assemblywoman who was in this office had a petition circulate. We don't have access to that, and we don't have access to that data, but a petition, a survey, some sort of community involvement like that would also be a really effective argument that we could take to them.
Yeah. Well, I think those readings need to be during peak hours, and we have about 5 times the members on this meeting today, and I think it has a lot to do with Caltrans, and we'll get into that later. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. I got 2 public comments. Number 1, Al Bass, floor is yours. Al?
Oh, I just had a question on the speed bumps, but that was earlier. And my question was, if you're going to install speed bumps, I hope they won't be bumps, but humps. But I do agree with the arguments raised that speed humps or bumps may impede the fire department and even the police department in responding to emergencies.
Thank you, Al. All right, and Ron, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Recently, the governor has mentioned that he's in favor of looking into nuclear power for the state and desalination projects for water. I wanted to know where the Assemblywoman stands on those 2 issues, and also what specifically has the Assemblywoman done about crime, is doing about crime?
Well, I haven't talked to her about her official stance on nuclear or the desalination issues. I know there was some legislation that came up, but I'm not sure if it ever had legs or if it was ever voted on. As far as crimes, the assembly crime goes, the Assemblywoman is very vocal about protecting victims' rights. And the 2 bills that she's authored recently were bills that were guided towards counteracting some of the prosecutorial measures that are being taken place in LA County right now. One of them is that you would be able to assign a state-funded private attorney to attend parole hearings, which is especially if the state does not issue a prosecutor to those parole hearings, which is unfortunately something that happens a lot, where a parole hearing will come up and there'll be a defense for the parolee, but there will be no prosecution, and there'll be nobody on the other side to make the counter arguments. What this bill would have done is to allow victims to appoint a public defender and argue on behalf of the victim for or against the parole. And that's just one example. She's been very vocal about this issue. Crime is one of the top things in our district, and I will say that, you know, I don't have a perfect answer of all the legislation that she supported right now because I'm more of a district guy, but I will say that in the district, this is a huge, important issue, and that the Assemblywoman takes it really seriously.
Okay, well, I appreciate the answers, but next month, and you didn't know these questions were coming up, so I can understand that. Next month, though, can we get some very specific answers to these 3 items?
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. All right, thank you, Anthony. You'll be sticking around for the agenda coming up. Let me open up to Garrett, and then we can move forward.
I think Gibson has updates too. After.
Garrett, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you all for having me. I appreciate it. I know this is a long agenda for you guys, so I'm going to keep it as brief as I can. Just going through some of the updates from the Congressman's office here. There was of the bills that were introduced, we have the Restoring Workers' Rights Act. That was a bill that would make non-compete agreements for any worker with overtime protections unenforceable, which would allow workers to have a better position in negotiating for better wages and benefits. Going on to a couple of the co-sponsored bills, there was a bipartisan bill to permit states to use already allocated money to access online portals that connect families in need with resources such as childcare programs, food pantries, churches, and nonprofits. And there was another co-sponsored bill that was the HALT Fentanyl Act. That was a bill that would amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances as a Schedule I narcotic. And a few more items here. The congressman signed on to a letter to the governor regarding the plan to increase water supply in California, asking him to include the Shasta Reservoir Enlargement Project, which would account for roughly 17% of the above and below ground storage goals. The congressman also signed on to a letter to Secretary Blinken urging the administration to condemn the recent terror threats made by the Iranian regime against dissidents abroad. Particularly, this letter mentions that the threats made by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. The congressman also signed on to a letter to the Secretaries of Agriculture and the Interior, encouraging them to be more proactive in preventing and combating wildfires. And finally, the congressman signed on to a letter to the VA secretary asking him to ensure the smooth processing of the PACT Act claims and educating veterans about the potential scams related to these claims. And the PACT Act is a bill that addresses healthcare, presumption of service connection, research resources, as well as other matters related to veterans who are exposed to toxic substances during their military service. And then just a couple add-ons for what's going on here in the district. The congressman will be having a few additional town halls. They're working on scheduling those for, I believe there'll be telephone town halls at this point. He did have a in-person town hall at COC on the 6th of this month. That went well. And then we also have our service academy going right now. Any applicants in the district that are in high school, they need to be seniors, but under the age of 23 that are interested in applying to any of the service academies for our nation. They're more than welcome to reach out to us at our Santa Clarita office phone number for that. And I'd be happy to provide them with what they'll need to apply for that from our side of things. So thank you very much. I appreciate it, everyone.
Thank you. There are 2 questions for you. And then
Sure.
what we're going to do is we're going to skip over everything and go to the Caltrans issue and then come back to everything else. First question is from Hal. Hal, floor is yours.
Yes, there's a threatened railroad strike, and the North San Fernando Valley certainly has its share of railroads, including Amtrak and Metrolink. I'm wondering whether the congressman has been in touch with the White House, invoking the Taft-Hartley Act to prevent a rail strike or other measures that might be undertaken to prevent that, because I think it would be disastrous, not just for us, but I think for the whole country, if the railroads are to stop working.
No, I think that's an excellent question. I don't have any direct update from the congressman on that, but I'll be happy to ask and get back with you guys as soon as I can get an update on that for our next meeting. Absolutely.
Thank you, Hal. All right. I guess, oh, and Ron, the floor is yours. You'll be the last speaker. Ron?
Thank you. We brought up a couple of items when the congressman was running for office, and he was going to follow up and get back to us even after he got elected. One was a federal earmark for high-speed transportation, meaning the Hyperloop, not the train, but Hyperloop for the valley to downtown and the airport. And we haven't heard a thing in the last almost 2 years. And the other thing was when we were talking about desalination, and now that the governor's interested, getting some kind of federal assistance in that area as well on an earmark, and we haven't heard anything on that. Water and transportation are two very major items for our area here in the valley. So I'm wondering what happened.
No, of course. I wasn't aware of those because I think we had a different representative who was on these meetings before, because I don't have those in my notes here, but I'd be happy to follow up with those for you. And as I did mention in the letters that the congressman signed on to, he did sign on to a letter to the governor urging him to include the Shasta Reservoir Enlargement Program. And that would help account for 17% of the above and below ground storage goals that have been posed. So so that's one step, but I'd be happy to ask about the desalination. I think that's a really important aspect as well.
Thank you.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, let's close this agenda item. And Mr. Gibson, did you have anything to add before we move on? I was advised you have a question to ask. If you are here and you can hear us, just raise your hand whenever you have to ask or intervene. Let's move on. Item number 7 is being postponed till next month. And we are moving forward to agenda item number 12, which is updates from Caltrans, Public Information Officer District 7 regarding Reseda off-ramp off of the 118 freeway. And whoever is here from the office, including Ivan, Eric, Efren, please raise your hand so I can bring you in. I don't see Ivan, Eric. Let's see. Eric, I see you. Bring you in. Maria, can you hear me?
Yes, Gabriel, I can.
Yes. Thank you. Who else should I bring in? Now you should see the attendees.
Yeah, I do. How do I scroll down? Yeah, we need Ivan, Chung, and Eric Menjivar.
Yes, I signed here 24
Yeah, okay.
08-04. I apologize, I didn't change my name.
No worries. Okay.
Yes.
All right, how does Ivan and Eric share the screen
Thank
then?
you. One second. I see an Alan. Alan is with you too. Let me see. Alan, are you here with Caltrans? Alan, you have your hand up?
No, I don't recognize Alan.
Okay. Remove permission to talk. Okay, anyone else? So this is the group. I have Anthony in here as well as Colin is in here.
Do you see Godson Okereke?
No,
He's
I
on
see.
the phone.
What's the last 3 digits of the phone number?
Oh, don't know. Wait,
213-310 or 805. Can you? Oh,
Okay, if any of them pop up, they can always raise their hand and
Okay.
I'll bring them
Very
in.
good. Very good. Okay.
Hey,
And right
Gabriel,
now, let me make
Gabriel,
sure.
Gabriel, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you ask if Dan Rosales is here?
I
He's
brought
our
him in
planning.
already. He should be
Okay,
coming
thank you,
in.
Gabriel.
No
Appreciate it.
problem.
yeah, he's here.
Gabriel, are they gonna go on screen with their pictures or just their?
Yes, I'm giving access right now.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Okay, you should be able to share screen right now. Mr. Gibson, did you have anything to add meanwhile?
Just 1 or 2 things I wanted to touch base with this board in regards to the monthly profile.
Okay.
Just want to ask that this board take action for the civic leadership. That'll be happening in October.
Okay.
So the request is for board to appoint a number of board members to attend the first Civic U, which will be starting on October 6th. And it'll go from October 6th, October 13th, October 27th. We also just want to let everybody know that we are asking folks if they want to sort of sign up for a workshop, which is the workplace violence and working with difficult people workshop. It will be on September 28th. Also, we also want to just let everybody know that we're ready to begin the NC awareness in some of the 4 neighborhood council areas. This is for the outreach and election engagement. We're going to start with Southeast LA, East, North Valley, and the Harbor. Engagement will include the newsletter blast, social media posts, workshops, canvassing in neighborhoods, and voter application assistance and support. And so if anybody's interested in being part of the NC Awareness Workshop, you can reach out to one of our directors. Her name is Angie Remayo. Also, we want to bring everybody to, we are in the Budget and Finance Committee to discuss Council File 11-1020-S3. And this is regarding to make corrective changes to the administrative code relative to the budget advocacy special fund account. And we do have the comprehensive statement in our newsletter. Also, just want to let everybody know that Commissioner Jennifer Valdivia, her first meeting was just last week in the September 6th bonk meeting. And the August 15th bonk meeting, Brad Fingard, the mayor's legislative representative, gave an update on 3 proposed pieces of legislation, which is the Assembly Bill 2647, Senate Bill 1100, Assembly Bill 2449. And those deal with sort of open meetings in different capacities. The one that we are been sort of giving an emphasis on is Assembly Bill 2449, which concentrates on teleconferences. So what we're hoping, if it does get to the governor's desk, they'll take effect on January 1. Also, just want to let everybody know that we are also working on the community impact statement. There was an email that was sent out to all our neighborhood councils, informing them that we submitted a request to update the CIS filing system. So just want to let everybody know, right? So right now we don't have the resources, but it's something that we will continue to seek assistance for to make sure that we update our community impact statement system. I did send out a legislative report for everybody. for all my neighborhood councils. And just want to remind everybody also that the department is working on its implicit bias, gender expression, gender identity training. This is the one that the city council voted on as a required training for city employees, volunteers, and everybody within the city system. It's council file 20-0990. And so this is going to be about equity, implicit bias training. Also, in addition to that, just wanted to remind everybody that Congress of Neighborhoods is coming up. It is going to be September 24. So please make sure that everybody signed up for it. And the theme for this event is going to be over Zoom. It's called The Future of LA, Celebrating Our Cities. Thank you very much. You guys have a great day. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to email me. I want to be respectful of focus time. My name is Gibson Nyambura. My email is gibson.nyambura@lacity.org.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Let's get back to the Caltrans. Presentation is open, share screen is open. Who would like to share first? Go right ahead.
Eric, are you going to be sharing your screen, please?
I don't see Eric. Do we have him?
Is here.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
All right, I was just granted panelist rights, so thanks a lot for that. And yeah, I do need to share my screen. I'm gonna do that shortly.
Gabriel, can we have them identify themselves and what their position is? So we know who they are.
That's a great idea. Everybody in the panelist, that's not the board, please identify yourself and your position before we start moving forward.
Okay.
All right. My name is Eric Minibat. I'm a public information officer. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
All right, perfect.
Thank you. Maria?
I'm Maria Raptis. I'm with GovLeg Affairs, and I work with Anthony at the Assembly Member Office to be a guest here tonight. Thank you very much. We brought Ivan Chu. Ivan is the project manager. Eric, as he said, is the PIO. And with us is the resident engineer of the project, Efren Chavez. And with us is Godson Okereke. He is our Deputy District Director of the Maintenance Division. So that is our crew. There may be others who, if Ivan needs technical, we can call in some others who are also joining on with us tonight. But we're going to start with Ivan and Eric.
Thank you. And we have an Alan that has his hand up. Is he with you guys? Let me ask, make sure.
Yeah, let's ask Al. I don't know the name.
Alan, are you with what company you're with or entity? Okay. All right, we'll move
Give him a
this
second
on.
to unmute. I think he's trying to unmute. Okay.
All right.
He raised his hand again.
Eric, you want to do the display?
Sure. All right. Thanks for inviting us over to this meeting to talk about the Reseda Boulevard off-ramp project on westbound State Route 118. A little background, we closed this ramp in April of this year due to the settlement of the ramp and the sinkhole that you see here on this slide. We felt that at that time it wasn't safe for motorists to drive on this ramp anymore until we can get to work on it. And so I will start with this slide. Here's the project overview. You can see the pin drop right there. That's where the ramp is located at. To the right, you can see the Balboa ramp, and to the left, you can see the Tampa Avenue ramps. That's the closest ramps to the closed Reseda off ramp on westbound 118. So what caused the issue here on the ramp? To your left, actually, let me point you to your right. On your right, that's the collapsed drainage pipe under the settlement on the lanes 2 and 3 of the Reseda off ramp. That's where you saw that photo in the beginning. The cause of that is this broken connection at the storm drain manhole on Rinaldi Street. We did an inspection where we ran a camera up the up the drain. And to our surprise, we found that this storm drain connection on Rinaldi Street was broken and was causing water to get into the pipe, surround the pipe, the outside of the pipe, and that's what caused the settlement. On the left, you'll see the some sandbags that we've placed on the ramps to prevent runoff from entering into the failed asphalt pavement. And on the right, you can see the pavement cracks on the number 2 and 3 lanes as well. All right, on this slide, this is the drainage profile. This is a over 250 feet of drainage pipe that is under this ramp, all the way from Rinaldi, going all the way down. It's a very large pipe. It's a metal pipe. On this slide, you can see where the collapsed metal, the location of the collapsed pipe is located at. All the way to your left, you can see that's where the broken connection is at. And we will be replacing this pipe with a reinforced concrete pipe instead of the metal. So we've already ordered that to get fabricated, so we can start getting going on this project. So the causes. This is a 78-inch diameter drainage pipe under the number 2 and 3 lanes of the off-ramp, which causes settlement and separation. The broken connection at the storm drain manhole on Rinaldi Street caused the leaking. And we've also noticed a minor pavement dip on Rinaldi as well. What we're going to do to fix this is we're going to remove and replace the failed metal drainage pipe with a reinforced concrete pipe instead. We will also have to repair the broken connection at the storm drain manhole on Rinaldi Street. And for that, we're going to have to close 1 lane of Rinaldi Street to get that fixed. And the timeline, the good news is we received our permit from the city today to do our excavation permit. And we are set to start in early October, the first week of October. And we hope to have this ramp open to traffic by the end of the year, 2022. The items of work on this project, we are going to replace that 260-foot damaged metal drainage pipe with a reinforced concrete pipe. We will fix the broken connection on Rinaldi Street. And again, with that 1 lane will be closed, I believe, in the eastbound direction, which will be the, I believe it will be the furthest right lane on Rinaldi Street that will be closed. We will reconstruct the embankments and landscaped areas on the ramp. And we also are going to replace the irrigation system. And lastly, we will have to completely reconstruct the off-ramp with new asphalt pavement. The delay on this project. So we, like I mentioned before, we closed in April due to the safety concerns for the motorists. We had applied for a permit with the city of LA to perform the repair work on Rinaldi Street. And we experienced some delays with that. And also with procurement of the reinforced concrete pipe that requires approval from both the partners, Caltrans and the city of LA. So the work schedule. I was drafting this up earlier, so this little first bullet might be a little outdated, but we're expecting it to be in this month, but we actually got it today. Thankfully, the city granted us that excavation permit so we can work. We're going to start that first week of October. We've already are sending our environmental unit to do an environmental assessment to make sure that they can grant clearance to our contractor to begin work. So they're going to go look at all the trees and whatnot to make sure that's nothing is nesting. Just make sure that we don't disrupt anything on the ramp. And you know, they're doing that already. So we're trying to get going already now that we have that permit. On the contractor schedule, the work schedule, we will be working 7 days a week, pretty long shifts. We will be working during the daytime because this involves shoring work. We're gonna have to shore up, or we're gonna have to dig into the ground. Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe 30 to 50 feet worth of digging down into the surface to dig up the pipe and also install the new one. And we're anticipated to complete this at the end of 2022. We'll have a better idea on the work schedule once we get going. We're going to try and get the contractor to hopefully include some night work so we can finish this a little bit faster. But right now we're just, we want to get in there as soon as possible so they can get in there and start the work. And here's my project contact information. If anyone has questions or wants updates, that's my phone number. That is also my email as well. I'll be sending an update very soon to the community and also to the media to advise people of the work that's about to start. And also in case there's any changes in the work schedule or anything like that, we will send out a notice out to the community. And I'll leave that up for a bit. And now it's just questions. I know you have a long agenda, so
Definitely. Thank you, Eric.
yeah, well, I try to breeze through this as much as possible, but also to answer as many questions as we can. But I'll leave my screen up with my contact information for people to get.
Thank you. Margaret, note taker, you have a question? I saw your hand up. Note taker, Margaret. All right, David Balin, floor is yours.
Thank you. David Balin here. Quick question. So do we have a residential engineer here tonight?
Yes, we do. Ephraim Chavez is the resident engineer on this project.
Great. So I have a question for him. And I appreciated your presentation, but I have other information and documentation. I'm kind of concerned that your findings are not everything that should be acknowledged. Does this have anything to do with the trunk line, the DWT trunk line that runs along the freeway? Because there are communities, matter of fact, we have a board member, his community is having sinkholes popping into their tennis courts. But is this the trunk line that's affecting most of the corridor that's running along the freeway? Can you confirm that?
This is the connection that's on Rinaldi Street. Ivan?
Yes.
That's a sewer, that's just a storm drain, right?
Yeah, that's a storm drain. That's 78 inches of metal pipe run from the manhole on Rinaldi Street all the way to the right shoulder of the westbound 118, where we have the concrete collar that connect to our existing 78-inch RCP run all the way under the freeway to the other side, to the eastbound, and discharge it to the downstream side. That's the so we basically we are dealing with. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just wondering if there's any correlation to the trunk line that runs along the side of the freeway. It's an old trunk line. I've seen videos of it, of people doing it, being in there. So I'm just wondering, it's starting to collapse in all different areas. I'm just wanting to know if that's part of, is it affecting this area as well? But you're telling me it's a storm drain area. So interesting. Thank you for your comment.
Sure.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, actually, Caltrans, our maintenance COVID inspection team do the visual inspection with the robot running to that existing CM the metal pipe, where they can identify those there's a failed spot that the Eric just shared with you on the PowerPoint. Yes, that's two locations have been identified by our maintenance COVID inspection team. Yes.
Thank you, Ivan. Anyone from Caltrans want to add anything?
No, we can go on to the next question.
Okay. Any updates from Suzette's office on this matter? Or John Lee's? Or I'm going to start taking questions from the attendees.
Here's my update, and if I could just sort of narrativize a little bit. The important thing to know about this issue is that it was an emergency situation from the offset, and that exit needed to be shut down immediately. Now, normally what would happen is, the permitting issues and the ping-ponging back and forth between Caltrans and the city would happen behind the scenes. And those sorts of issues would get sorted out while the lane and the exit remained open. But in this unique situation, the exit needed to be closed first, and then the permitting needed to start. So I think that that's an important distinction to make, is that this situation became what it is because normally you permit first and then you shut down the lane, but here we needed to shut down the lane first and then get the permit. So that's the explanation for a lot of the lane, for a lot of the delay and the major issue here. So I know that nobody's really happy with that answer, because I give it on the phone all day, but I do think it's an important distinction.
Thank you, Anthony. Jason, you have a question?
Yeah, I agree with Anthony, and certainly the delay is justified in my opinion. But I think it's important to be communicating with the community, because I think that people really didn't know what was going on. People kind of think, oh, the permits must already be in place, right? So anyways, my question is about the Balboa exit. They put a big concrete structure as well there. They did a lot of work on the Balboa exit, which is nearby. Is that a similar situation that came about because of this? I was just wondering if that's at all related. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I know it's not related because this project is solely focused on one thing, but
okay.
If you're talking about a structure that's concrete, you're
if you're not aware of it, then never mind. I don't want to.
But go ahead, just reach out to me and send me a photo of it, or something like a Google aerial view or something. It could probably be an Austin sand vault. That could be it, because we've been doing a lot of we've just been doing a lot of work on the side of the freeways when it comes to stormwater runoff and cleaning stormwater that we need to do more of. So we're doing a lot of those projects.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Eric, if you want to stop sharing, so everybody can see the board.
Can I say something here? I'd like to echo what Anthony was saying just a while ago.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I think mainly is that the difficulty we have just from beginning of this year until now is that the shoring work, because the location of the fail drainage pipe, metal pipe, is so deep. It's about 25. It runs from 25 to 45 feet deep. So it's a challenging process. We don't have any soil information during the design phase. We kind of put all the manpower trying to get all this. Shoring designers got on board and soil engineer on board to get everything, put everything together, goes through our internal review process before we get to the city. So city and Caltrans actually work really closely trying to get those permit done and through all this required review, and also meet all the internal standard, design standard, that kind of thing. So we really apologize for this delay. However, it's something, the procedure that we have to go through. I know how the community has suffered all this for such a long time. We really apologize for that. But my point is that we really work so hard trying to get all this thing, put all the design plan together, and also work with the contractor closely and try to get this to work started in the first week of October. That's what I said. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have 2, 4, 6, 8 or 9 questions from attendees. I do have ones from a panelist, and we have quite a few questions in the chat or the Q&A. Becky, you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted a little clarification. For Eric, did you say that you're going to be installing a new sprinkler system on the side of the freeway of the 118? That's question number 1. And when you're doing that, will you be clearing the brush? Because there's a lot of dry brush right in that area. Thank you.
Ephraim or Ivan, yeah, so irrigation, yes.
Yeah.
We're going to fix that.
Yeah, it's more like landscape work. We already look into all the surrounding area where once we get all this the pipe replaced, then we'll come back to the landscape area, including what Rebecca was just saying. That's a brush, everything. We're definitely gonna clean everything that's that debris, everything on the stove, which pose the fire hazard, that kind of thing. So I know the community had the really concern on those, but we're gonna definitely once to finish all the heavy construction on the replacement of this metal pipe, then we will come back to the landscape area. So where we're gonna work on that, make it landscape really nice. Also make sure that all the fire hazard, the debris, everything will get cleaned up as well.
Will any of the businesses on the south side of the freeway have to close down while you're doing this repair?
No, it's going to be right in front of the ramp. That's where our project is going to be at. So it's only impacting that lane of Rinaldi that's adjacent to the off ramp.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. All right, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open it up to 2 attendees, and then we'll go to a couple of questions in a Q&A, and we'll go back and forth. Alan, the floor is yours. Alan?
Yeah, I don't have anything to say. I was just interested in what's going on.
All right, thank you. All right, Julie?
Thank you for the information. You know, we all have been so curious and wondering what was going on, and then we could never see any work being done. And it's been such a long time, so it's been very frustrating. It's still frustrating, but at least we believe there'll be an end to this by the first of the year. My question is, what caused the pipe to collapse? First question. Second, when was it installed? I have been up here way before the 118 up in the Porter Ranch area, but for the life of me, I can't remember when it was built. So what caused the collapse? When was it installed? My final question is, being that you're putting now in a concrete pipe, how well does that perform in an earthquake?
Thank you, Julie.
I couldn't tell when that metal pipe was built. I would say over 50 or 60 years. That my guess, but I had to double check, make sure my answer is correct. So that's a really old metal pipe, which had been built a long time ago. Or let me put it this way, it been built a long time ago. Under the freeway with that depth and a lot of traffic loading, you know, there's then because you have so much traffic loading on this the old metal pipe, which caused the collapse. At one point, that on the profile sheet that Eric shared with everybody in the PowerPoint, I think that's the main thing that caused this. The ramp was closed because that collapsed this metal pipe at depth about 25 deep from the asphalt surface. So I think that's a thing I like to share. And the other thing is the RCP. I think RCP had a really good loading criteria based on our the geotech and hydraulic engineers recommendations. So we put it really strong, the RCP with the bedding material that can prevent any ground vibration, including the seismic. I do not really know how it gonna relate to the seismic force, because I need to have the structural engineer plus the geotech engineer do some simulation to be able to find out how this gonna react to the earthquake. Plus, we don't know the strength of the seismic force, which will, which when it come in this area, how it gonna impact the RCP. We have to do some tests and based on make some assumption what the seismic force occur to this, what seismic force gonna impact those RCP. We don't have that answer for you, but I can relate your message to our structure designer and make sure they can, maybe I can get back to you on the answer if you don't mind. For now, I don't have the answer to your question on this.
Yeah, and feel free
sir.
to email me as well, Julie.
Yeah, I'm not through yet, sir. I wanted to remind you, those that are working on this project, that we had a major earthquake here. How long ago was it now? Who can remember the date on that now?
That was 94.
94, correct? Major earthquake, so you have something to look back on. It's not like it's a surprise for our area. It was one of the very largest earthquakes in the San Fernando Valley. 1994.
Yep, January 94. I was here for that. That was,
January 17.
I would assume I was here also. I would assume that they have that information to know whether or not what they're proposing, permitting, etc., that it would stand up to at least that type of an earthquake. I'm a little surprised that no one knows about it. I'm not talking about the people that are on the screen. I mean, from your division.
Oh, these are folks from the construction division, Julie. They just come in and build what's on the plan. But what we will do is get your question over to the subject matter experts, to our geotechnical division, and get that answer for you. So if you took down my email, just go ahead and shoot me an email, and we'll go ahead and get that question answered for you.
I'd appreciate if you would answer it and send it over to the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council, and maybe Gabriel, you could send us an email so we could find out what the answer is. I'm a little surprised. I expected a more informative answer right now.
Well, I can add, and maybe somebody from the city can back me up here, but I think, you know, a lot of the reason for some of the permitting issues is that there was new regulations implemented between the time that the freeway was built and after the earthquake. And so I do think that there were stricter regulations implemented after the earthquake, and I think the city of LA has a big part in that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Cornstein, may I just add, Mr. Chair, this is Dan Rosales with Councilman John Lee's office. And yes, you know, the standards that are required for the shoring and the soil testing, as Ivan sure can attest, they were to the standards of today. And the way I analogize it is, I lived during the 71 earthquake, and when the 5 and the 14 freeways went down, they rebuilt them almost the same way. So what happened was, we have the Northridge earthquake in 1994, and everything comes down again. So the state had changed their technology of rebuilding back freeways with a lot more, you know, reinforced rebar, concrete reinforced, you know, materials, because we couldn't go back and build it the same way as it was, because we now had a lot more technology on seismic activity. Fast forward now, I look at this as the same way, and that was part of the difficulty here, because as Ivan said, you know, there's parts of this place where they're going to have to shore and excavate up to 45 feet, and it had to be to today's soils standards. So I'm not that I did get from, you know, being in between these meetings and how this permit was being issued. It was to today's standards, taking into account the required new technology and taking into account that the standards for studying our soils and our shoring and our excavation are much different now.
Thank you, Dan. Eric, if you could send me a copy of the presentation, and Julie, any information given to me from Caltrans, I will pass it on a newsletter to the public. just so both of you know. But Eric, if you can send over anything you can after this meeting, I greatly appreciate it.
Sure.
Awesome. Let's move on. I got a couple of questions in the Q&A. Well, the first one says, where's the point of connection within the city right now? What will traffic control look like on the city streets during the 7 days a week work? Are there any closure hours or street closure hours?
I think that's a broken connection right at the drainage manhole, where it connect to Caltrans metal pipe. That's at that point of connection is right there, right at the manhole. Okay, so that's a broken connection. I really at this point, I do not know what is the cause of that broken connection at this point, but that's the thing we need to fix. That's one thing. And the other, back to the question, yes, definitely we're gonna have the traffic control. We're gonna set the close at this one lane with a K-rail to do the construction due to the shoring work. But we still have to work with the contractor to see if we can do the soft closure during the daylight and open up the traffic at the end of the day. That's what I'm trying to do, trying to minimize the impact on the westbound Renata Street during the construction. That's what I'm trying to do. At this point, we're still trying to figure out what's the best way to minimize the impact. And as far as the closure hours, I think we do have the detour plan that approved by the city. I can't remember what the closure hours, but I need to get back to you on that. I apologize for that.
And we'll communicate that, the detour and the closure hours prior to work starting.
Thank you.
Or prior to the lane closing, I would say. Once those,
Awesome.
yep.
Yes.
And we'll pass that information on as well once we get it. Next question I have here is, any way they can improve the signal timing on Reseda westbound off-ramp and Rinaldi intersection to prioritize the city streets traffic?
Yeah, I would say that's something that our traffic operations division would have to go and investigate. Yeah, that's something that we would notify them of. So I believe what I can do is I can give the link to the person who asked that question, and they could submit the request in and track it. So they can see what happens with the request. One of our traffic engineers will go out there, take a look, do their investigation, and they will respond back to the requester on that.
Thank you, Eric. Let's move on. Dr. Bright, the floor is yours. Dr. Bright? You have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you very much for recognizing me. I live in that area. I live up on the hill there. And since I think March, they were working on that particular exit. They worked there for about 40 or 45 days. I took some pictures, and immediately they finished. They moved some of the during the working. They moved some of the traffic light. When I was in this council, I did some work on that exit before, and they reported to Caltrans and the city about the accident that was happening there. But that's not the issue I'm reporting now. When they finished that work, they opened the freeway, and there was a serious accident. And one of the traffic lights, because they wanted to put cameras there, went down. And then a couple of weeks later is when that freeway was closed, and that salo happened. I did some research. I've been living here now for about 30 years, so I know what is happening there. And it's at the base of the hill. And that thing that they showed there just now, that they said they want to replace with a concrete concrete pipe or whatever they call it, drainage, is a huge a drainage that is coming from top of the hill when it rains all the way down over there. I don't know how far it goes. That is the base of Port Orange Hill. From that level, when you climb the hill and come to Rinaldi and start climbing the hill, going up to, some of us live in that area. I live very close to the base of the hill. In fact, my house is very, very close to where this issue is happening. And if that thing is replaced with concrete pipe or whatever it is, I think we all get sucked down when there is another earthquake. I was around here when the Northridge earthquake happened, and I know what we went through. I don't see any concrete pipe under the ground that we withstand such seismic jolt that we had during the 1994, I think it was January or February earthquake. So I really wanted, maybe I will have time to talk to Eric, whoever is in charge. I did some research about how the freeway was constructed and why was the exit is at the base of the hill. I think I know a little bit about seismic movement. I'm a scientist. So I don't know. I need to talk to somebody because all those buildings, they may come down if there is an earthquake and there's concrete, anything under the ground.
Thank you, Doctor. Any response to the statements?
Again, this is more geotech and structural issue, and based on the Northridge earthquake. Again, I'm gonna have to bring this up to our structural designer, structural team to look into, do some seismic simulation to see how the RCP react to the force that the seismic force occur on the during this Northridge earthquake. So I can bring this up to them and have them do evaluation and get back to the community. For now, I don't, that's all I can offer, but I need to get back to you on that.
Thank you, Ivan. Mark?
Thank you.
Sorry? Somebody said something, I'm not sure. Okay, Mark, the floor is yours.
Yeah, just a second. Yeah, I want to thank Caltrans for coming and talking to our community. It's very frustrating for me to see for 4 months that this project hasn't been worked on. But before the fact is, for a year, over a year ago, there was an indentation and there was issues on that off-ramp way before the closure, way before. And tell me, Eric, the permit that you had to receive, was that only for the Rinaldi Road? Eric?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I take that and question. Yes, the permit, yeah, the e-permit excavation permit we got from city today.
Yes.
Basically, it's just the excavation on within the city right away. It's only 15 feet.
So my question
I'm
is,
sorry?
why couldn't you guys be doing the work on the off-ramp prior to getting the permit? And then just connect to what you need to connect on Rinaldi once that permit came in. And are you guys, your performance here, are you responsible for the lack of getting that permit in a timely manner? Because when you say you're going to shut down something for 6 months, that tells me no one's really working to deal with an emergency situation. And, you know, we can go to the moon. I don't know why we can't have this done within a timely manner. And all I know is it's because all these agencies don't work well enough together to get the permits to put them in place. And I just think Caltrans has done a terrible job at doing this work and not informing the public. Do you not have a communication department that you can put out videos to the community to show this nice work that Eric showed us tonight prior to, so we have a clue? I don't know. You know, I went to take pictures on Saturday because I'm furious to see what was going on. And it's just not acceptable in 2022 to have this kind of delay and gridlock on Tampa and Balboa. And Eric, you haven't even checked with DOT to change the freaking lights at the streets? Come on. That's someone's job in Caltrans. Please, you guys, we can do a better job than what's been seen here. And Porter Ranch, thank you so much for bringing everyone to the table.
Thank you, Mark. Eric or Ivan, would you like to respond?
Yes, I think again, coordination between city and Caltrans start early this year. I took over this job early this year. So from that point on, I worked diligently with city and all the related department trying to get all the design work review and approved, not from Caltrans, but from city as well. I hope that's not an excuse like I'm trying to make, but actually both sides work really hard on that. Even though we have gone through such a long review process, I really apologize for that delay. I have no, I don't know what to say on that regard, but this is just the internal process. I do apologize for that long delay. That's all I can answer. And as far as the sequence of the work, we have been have this kind of challenge, whether we're gonna start from the city street or from the Caltrans. Basically, because the logic is this: we had the broken connection on the Rinaldo Street, where we think the water gonna leak through, and you know the water will go anywhere. We don't know, so the best bet at that point, we were thinking we should fix that connection first, make sure there's no water running around from any point that we cannot capture those water during construction. That's why we think the way is just cut up that leaking, right? So where we can continue our work from the upstream over to the downstream on the main line. That's what our logic was. We think is the best way to do, and from the engineer point of view, because that drainage inlet carries so much water from the city street. In the Porter Range community, if you look at the drainage map, that's a 2-pipe joint into one manhole, and Caltrans had to put in 78 inches metal pipe. You see how big is that pipe, how much the water that had to come through this system. So again, the water leaking is our concern. We don't want to have water leak all the time and cause additional issue down the road. We don't know, because water can go anywhere. So that's the thing we start. Our thinking is to take care of the broken connection first. I hope that makes sense to everybody. However, at this point, we know the community has been very frustrated from the day one until now. We cannot make any excuse on that regard. I do appreciate your comment on that. We have to figure some way out other than just the broken connection. We will reverse our thinking, say maybe we want to get a ramp done first, and then we work on the broken connection at the same time. So that's just a lot of thinking going around between our internal, just among our internal functioning process with the city as well. So that's a lot of coordination and collaboration that we work together. So that's the answer I can provide at this point. Hope definitely from this point, once we start construction in the first week of October. Definitely will put more manpower and get this thing done and have the rent open ASAP. So that's my answer. Hopefully, you will. Hopefully you will be happy with the answer that I provide at this point.
Yeah, and then on the signal timing,
Anyway,
our traffic management division, they've set the max signal timing for the Balboa off ramp. I can't recall off the top of my head what they did at Tampa, but I'm just going to go back and check and double check and see what they did on the signal timing there. I'm just going to triple check with them on their coordination with the city of LA's signal timing as well on the intersections that they control. We just control the intersections at the ramp.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions right now on the questions and answers, and then we'll go back to attendees. 1 second. One person stated, when were you able to order the fabrication of the pipe and when is it expected to be delivered?
We already placed the order with the manufacturer, who is Thompson Concrete, and we're gonna have the meeting with them tomorrow to make sure that the fabrication already start and will be delivered 2 to 4 weeks. So that's what the status of the ordering of RCP 78-inch reinforced concrete pipe.
Thank you. And then let's see, the time frame from completion seems very aggressive, being this is peak season for holiday season. So it looks like people are concerned about traffic, Tampa traffic, as well as holiday season traffic. What other measures could be taken to prevent or reduce traffic in the area, especially in the holidays with Vineyards and the Walmart shopping center we have next to us?
Yeah, like I mentioned, like I mentioned, I'm gonna talk to our traffic management division, make sure that we have max signal on Tampa as well, and see how they could coordinate with City of LA, make sure that they've already coordinated with them to try to alleviate some of that issue of the queuing, especially when it comes to the holiday season and everyone going over to the Northridge Mall. I'm guilty of that too, since I live in the Valley. That's something that we're cognizant of. So that's something that, again, I'll follow up with our traffic management division. Ivan, anything you need to add?
Yes, basically right now, I think the replacement of the damaged metal pipe under the off-ramp is our first priority. We're trying to work on the off-ramp right now to get the lane open, even one lane open. We will do what we can to get it open as early as possible. We're shooting for the end of this year to get the 3 lane open. However, the holiday season, I appreciate the community concern on that regard. Definitely, we will try our best to get the lane open, even one lane. It will alleviate the traffic, especially during the holiday season. That's why I'm trying to work on that. Yes.
Thank you. And there's another question from a stakeholder saying, when they close the 1 lane eastbound, will they remove the motorhomes trailers near the facility to move traffic easier?
If they are in our staging area, we'll likely give them a notice to move, and if we need assistance from our local governments and local partners, we'll call on that. So it all depends on if they are in our staging area.
Thank you. And of course, you'll let us know the progress as well. Jason, you have your hand up?
Oh, hi. I wanted to ask, have you, and maybe this is for Anthony as well, have you guys considered running cameras at some of the other manholes? Because, you know, that corrugated pipe, and maybe the engineering team has an answer to that, but you know, this problem will continue to happen, right? So it's not that difficult to run a camera on those manholes at the point of connection in particular, right? Because that's where the failure occurs most of the time. So I was just thinking long term, you know, let's look at those. Let's run the cameras on, you know, some of the other exits. And that's why I brought up Balboa, because I thought, you know, but in general, you know, that's a recommendation.
Yeah, Jason, yeah, that's a really good question he asked. Our Caltrans COVID inspection team actually did they do the visual inspection every 3 years. Once they done, they will come back and check it. They record. I think that's based on our drainage system. We do all this, our drainage pipe inspection regularly within state right way. That's but as for that, the broken connection, yes, we do our COVID inspection indeed check that and to find out, oh, that's a broken connection. So other than this, the connection within our state right away, we don't do any inspection outside the state right away. So I don't know if city or county can do their part to collaborate with Caltrans. That's to make sure that we can do this regularly, cover inspection to make sure that the integrity of the drainage pipe within the city. Yeah.
It seems like the connection point is right on the border between Caltrans and the city, right? Because the pipe comes down from the city property, from the manhole. You know, it's right on the border, it seems.
Correct.
Yeah, so it's a joint.
Yeah, that's correct, Justin. Yes.
So that goes out to Colin too, and Daniel. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Thanks, Jason, for the suggestion.
Thank you.
Let's go to Ellen Sears. The floor is yours.
Oh, hi. Can you
Hello.
hear me?
Welcome.
This is my first time at your meeting. My grandson used to sit with Northridge East, I think.
Okay.
I don't even know you exist. I've lived in my home 40 years, was here before the freeway, all this stuff. First of all, don't talk about the water. I'm sick of hearing about water tonight because we don't have any water. So maybe it wrecked things in the past, but right now, unless people are overwatering and letting water just run rampant, whatever. Mark was right on. Somehow the community needs to be aware of what's going on with this off-ramp. I didn't know you existed until neighborhood something, one of my things on Facebook said that you were having a meeting and this was going to be discussed. And so I've been sitting here listening to everything, and I don't have a suggestion because, you know, sending out a postcard, letting the community, all my neighbors in Porter Ranch, or, you know, in some sort of an area, let us know what's going on. I now know, and I can tell my kids, okay, the off-ramp will be open maybe the end of the year. You don't have to go to Tampa. You can still get off at Havenhurst or Balboa, but it really has made a mess of things. I agree, this community getting together, it should not take as long as it has taken. And it is going to make a mess during the holiday for those of us who live close by. And I'm kind of babbling, but my big main thing was, please let the community know. I don't know how you do that. I don't even know how Porter Ranch Council, I mean, I guess I should have known you existed. I've been here 40 years, but you know, with my family and it's growing and other things in life, I wasn't aware of this. I mean, happy to come sit on Zoom meetings and hear what's going on.
Thank you, Ellen. Now you know we're here, and we welcome you.
Welcome, Ellen.
Our
Welcome.
website is prnc.org.
Okay,
On the top right side, you can actually add your email address, and you'll be getting our newsletters inviting you to hot topics like this, as
Okay.
well as how to address other concerns you might have in the future. So
perfect.
just
Thank
remember
you.
prnc.org, and then all the information from today will be there, including the video. On top
Okay.
of it, as I said, if you sign up for our newsletter, you get a weekly newsletter with all the information you'll need for future meetings.
Perfect. Does that come in the mail or with the email?
It's an email.
Good, saves, okay, saves
Exactly.
trees. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I
Thank-
used your website to get on the meeting. So thank you very
Excellent.
much.
Thank you, Helen.
Appreciate it.
Anybody want to reply to any of your statements? There were statements primarily. No? Okay, thank you, Ellen. Andrew, and you can always email us too at board@prnc.org. Once again, board@prnc.org. And anytime we receive emails, one person from the board will reply to your questions, depending on what it's in regards. Next speaker is Assad. Assad, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. And special thanks to all the Caltrans staff for joining us this evening to enlighten us on what the challenges they are facing with this mishap and the exit. And the way I look at it this way, I assume you're approaching this as a design build. And with that, and since you got the permits today, how far are you in the final construction design? Are you at 65%, 80%, at the 100% level? And how far have you done into the coring to understand the soil complications? How far are you in it? And if you could share the soil report results. In my background, I'm a structural engineer for the city of LA. I do the design build for the train system. So I understand exactly what the challenges you're facing here today and all that, but I'm hoping to know how far are you in the design build of the plans themselves and the results of the coring. Thank you.
Thank you, Assad.
Yes, I think the design, basically the shoring plan that with the soil report. As far as the soil report, I need to talk to our geotech engineer to be able to provide that the soil data that you ask. In terms of the shoring plan, we do already had the approved shoring plan, not only from the city side, but from the Caltrans side as well. Our internal structure, as well as the geotech, already reviewed the shoring design, everything good to go. It's 100% complete. That's the shoring structure, shoring plan. And so I think as far as you asked about the plan and geotech and
right, which is how far are you in the
asked,
plans? And I guess
did I answer all your question?
Yes, you did, and hopefully it will work out fine without any complications, and without any unforeseen conditions beyond what we have already.
Thank you.
Yes. Any complication we don't know? I'm sorry.
No, I'm just hoping that you don't get any unforeseen conditions, that it stays of what we know.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, because once we excavate, then we will find out. But like you said, unless you excavate down to that depth, then you will find out what's the soil condition underneath that. But we do have our plan, our structural engineer and the structural engineer and our geotech engineer on the site standby to mitigate any unexpected soil conditions. So we do have the team standby for that. And the plan is 100% complete and ready to go. In addition to that, we do have the temporary water diversion system approved as well. Let's go with the construction. We have all the plan ready. to start the construction at this point. However, like you said, mentioned that unexpected the soil condition during excavation, that I don't know, but we do have our team standby for that, to mitigate any unexpected soil condition, including the water, the groundwater. I would say once you excavate that, you will see how saturated the soil is, how the water go through the pavement or on the slope, that kind of thing. At this point, we don't know until we excavate. Thank you for your concern and comment. That's really a good comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Assad. Thank you, Ivan. Let's move on
Thank you.
to Andrew. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. You can hear me, correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Real quick, Anthony, just to remind you, on the politician side, this off-ramp was actually partially closed, 2 lanes for, I want to say, a year before this quote emergency, as you mentioned. So this isn't just something that happened on that date. This has been a long issue and project that I agree with some of the other people that I understand that there's delays since it was shut down, but this has been a long, lengthy process, and 2 of the 3 lanes were closed for a long time. And maybe somebody here can comment, a year. And so this wasn't just something that happened overnight in April or whenever they said they closed it. So while that was my first comment. Secondly, while you've mentioned that, and I've lived in the area, I rode my bike on this off-ramp before there was a freeway. I live up Amigo, and that off-ramp has been a disaster since it was built. Accidents, anything you want to say. Since we have to, quote, rebuild it as part of this project, God hope that Caltrans has done some more studying. Can we please get better paint for the signage, for the lanes? There's concrete in the area, and dull white paint on concrete doesn't work too well. Secondly, possibly, I think it's at both Balboa and Tampa, has an overhead signage that shows the lane choices so people can see overhead lit up, because that's a very dark area on the off-ramp, to help people navigate which lane to get into to exit. Lastly, before this closure, Caltrans decided to make the 2 lanes in the middle and the far right lane only turn right. That's okay. I think it's helped with some of the accidents, but people still want to go up the middle lane up Amigo. I've suggested on public forums, and I think to maybe somebody on here, possibly adding the cones. I don't know what Caltrans calls them officially, but they would run between the far left lane and the middle lane to steer traffic or force traffic to make the right turn. That to add to that, forcing them to turn right from the middle lane. So can those all 3 things possibly be addressed when, and hopefully they have, but God help us, when this rebuilding of the off-ramp takes place, now that we've had the closure and the rebuild of the off-ramp due to the pipe collapse? Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
So I'll just address the striping issue, I believe, that he asked about. Yeah, when the ramp is rebuilt, we'll have 6-inch retroreflective striping. I believe it's going to be thermoplastic striping, and yeah, it will be highly visible, and it'll be highly contrasted with the asphalt as well. And then on the other 2 questions about changing the operations of the ramp, I believe we were talking about adding delineators between the lanes. That's something that our traffic operations division will have to take a look at.
Thank you, Eric.
And if I could just add real quick, thank you for pointing out, my job specifically, not the Assemblywoman's job, but my job is not political. And I'm here answering the phones from constituents and trying to figure out how to react to that. Now, I have to say, I have to thank everybody here that's logged on and everybody who's called into our office, because generally people don't call into our office if one lane is closed. They only call in when both lanes are closed. So, the Assemblywoman has been in office for about a year and a half, a little bit over a year and a half now. And when we started getting calls about this issue, was right when we started moving and acting on this issue. And I certainly have no defense for the 3-year delay and the 2 years that that one lane was closed. I don't have a defense for that. I don't support that. I don't agree with that. And I'm sure that the Assemblywoman agrees with me that that's sort of indefensible. However, our office has enjoyed a very good relationship with Caltrans on other issues. People call our office about, cleaning up litter on a certain area or fixing something. And we'll reach out to Maria, and I'll say that they're usually very on top of it. And so I certainly want to keep that good relationship. And I certainly do want to thank them for agreeing to do this meeting. And I don't think it was an accident that the permit got approved the day that this meeting happened. I'll just say it. It is always our goal to be super, super transparent. And when you call our office, I don't know how other staffers act, but I always tell you exactly how we operate. And I always tell you exactly what is happening and what's going on. And I think that the constituents that I talk to give me a little bit of a benefit of a doubt when I do that, because I do think that that people respect, that when multiple government agencies are interacting with each other, there's always going to be some bureaucratic mess, and it's happened in a million different ways and a million different times. And here we have unaccountable different government agencies. We have elected officials who are getting involved, and we have a lot of opportunities to shift blame, which I don't want to do. And this is just part of the beast. This is just something that happens. So I don't want to blame anybody, and I don't want to say that it's ping-ponging back and forth between the city and the state. But I will say that it's good that people have called into our office, and it's good that we were made aware of it. I think that the level of transparency is good. And I think that, now that we've done something like this, I think that we're never going to be happy about this situation. It's horrible, and it's a danger, and it's an ongoing crisis right now in the district. But I think now, at least, that we know what's going on and that we have answers, we can offer a little bit more grace to some of the people involved. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Anthony. All right, we got 3 more attendee questions, and then we'll go through the Q&A to see if there are any questions to be answered. Ron, floor is yours.
Thank you. I want to thank the state officials for attending the meeting this evening and for all that you've done so far. Just a couple things. Because fire season is upon us, we want to be mindful of the fire danger along that corridor there, partly because of the homeless being allowed to live there and the fires that they have caused. I was hoping that the Assemblywoman can work with Caltrans to push a little more money to this corridor to clean out all the dead vegetation, just building on what Becky brought up earlier, planting new vegetation from Tampa to east of Reseda, and also looking at additional reclaimed water resources that have now become available. We've been notified of. They might be using reclaimed water now, but there's additional resources available now. And also looking at fire suppression equipment when we talk about redoing that landscape project. I wanted to mention also that as far as traffic, years ago, when they were reconfiguring Tampa, the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council requested Caltrans and the county Metropolitan Transportation Agency, who handles the call for projects, to re-engineer the off-ramp to a right angle to Tampa so that right turners can turn right. They have a no right turn now because it's at an angle. And either the Highway Patrol or LAPD just sitting over there by the donut shop writing tickets left and right. And it's slowing down traffic. Also at Balboa, if you're heading westbound and you're trying to turn left onto Balboa southbound, the traffic is all queued up. That's the cross traffic. So when the green arrow turns on, the left turners have nowhere to go, and so one or two cars sometimes are able to go through. The City Department of Transportation and the state need to take a look at that. It's mainly, I think the city needs to look at the signalization and also look at more in the Porter Ranch area, the left-hand turn pockets with an arrow, make them permissive protected permissive, so that we can turn left when the light is green, but we don't have a green arrow. Because sometimes the oncoming traffic, there is none, and we're just sitting there waiting for the next green arrow. So anyway, these are some of the things I wish the officials could work on. City, I think you got your hands full with the traffic. They're not doing a very good job of it. We see it all over the city. It's slowing down traffic. I think there's a reason for that. We're wasting gas and time. But the state, I'm hoping that more state resources can be put into this corridor now that we're doing this work to correct this vegetation, the overgrowth and irrigation of this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Any response to his comments?
No, I wrote that down on my notes.
Yeah.
We could proceed.
Thank you. Paul Bass, floor is yours. Paul?
Yeah, I have
Al?
two
Sorry.
comments I added here. One is the freeway is about 45 years old. Much of its infrastructure is likewise decades old, meaning that large bore pipes that we've heard about tonight, their additional on and off ramps may be just as vulnerable to failure as we've seen here. And the failure, as was pointed out correctly a few minutes ago, occurred months ago or maybe a couple of years ago. And only now are we getting to the repairs. So I think that we ought to consider installing off ramps at White Oak Avenue. I know it's the NIMBY crowd, but you know, we're all neighbors and we all ought to think about each other. And White Oak Avenue is supposed to be an off ramp, and I still think it should be an off ramp. And my other comment had to do with the next big shaker or the next big fire. People will be sorry, especially with a big earthquake, that additional on ramps and off ramps were unavailable on the 118 freeway, and that Cessna Boulevard was not one continuous roadway between Tampa Avenue and Balboa Boulevard. I think we have to be proactive and think about what could happen. And I worry about that.
Thank you, Al. Any replies to any of his statements? Nope. All right.
Can I make a comment, Gabe?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I just want to kind of continue the conversation around the vegetation and the plants. And, you know, those of you who know me on the board, I'm kind of the tree guy, but native plants are something that are very important. And what I see is that they are planting some good trees, because like the pine trees, the needles build up 6 inches, 12 inches deep, and that's how the fire starts, right? Because if you look at where the fire started, it was in the pine tree grove, right? So native plants are fire resistant. So when you plant oak trees, you plant sycamore trees, and then they use another bush called an acacia bush. An acacia bush is actually not native, and it's very detrimental, because what happens is it dies, and then you have this dead wood there that doesn't get cleared. And if you go along there and you look, you'll see the dead acacia bushes there, and they're not being maintained. So what I'm recommending is that you use native plants like the buckwheat that you see around Porter Ranch Drive that just grows native, like what you see in our parks in Limekiln Canyon Park, the native sagebrushes, toyon, buckwheat. These are the types of plants that they should be using, because once they get established, they don't need water, and they're fire resistant, and they're not going to grow big and die and create a hazard. So, that's the recommendation that I can give, not to use acacia bushes anymore. And I hope that, we can have this discussion when we get to the landscape part. I would like to see the landscape plan, because I think we can, as a community, advocate for what works in our neighborhood. And, there's certainly good examples on Caltrans property where native plants are existing in La Cañada and some other areas like that. So I can certainly give you some good examples of where, but we are a community of oak woodlands. It's an oak woodland community. And those plants that coexist in that ecosystem are important to maintain along the freeways, because that's, safe for fires, but also, for the animals and the plants and, the bees and the ecosystem. So I just want to kind of make that point, and I hope, maybe we can put a letter together with some recommendations at one of our meetings for the landscape scenario. So thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
And everyone else who brought that up.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. We 1,000% agree with you on fire prevention, especially going to native species now that we've moved in that direction as a department, and not also to a lot of drought tolerant landscaping, and also using purple pipe, recyclable water. But I'll get together with the construction team and see what the plans are for landscaping and send those over to you, and see what those plans are, and also check if there's any projects in the pipeline in the future coming for that is specifically addressing landscaping. I know with Clean California program that the governor and the legislature approved for us. We're doing a lot of projects across the state, especially here in LA County. So I'll get together with the team, see if there's anything that they're doing on this corridor.
Thank you, Eric. We got a question or comment from Julie. I know she's been waiting for a while. Julie, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I just unfortunately thought of another question. If you take too long with this, I'll think of many more. So it's a joke. Okay. And I don't know, one gentleman I don't see any longer on the screen. I don't know if he finally gave up. All right, so my question is, being that this is a major excavation, I'm assuming that there has been research done on where gas pipes are in the area. As we all know, with Aliso Canyon in our backyard, the largest natural gas reservoir, I think we're the second in the United States. I assume when they do the plans, I have no idea where the pipes are, but they must be, I would think, not only all around us, not only in our backyards, but also on Rinaldi. Is there anyone that can answer that question? Did they all go to sleep?
No, yeah. I think when we start a project, we do have our utility engineer to provide a substructure map for all the underground high-risk utility that in the way that we during the construction, we do have that substructure map that we provide to the contractor. And prior to the contractor, before they started digging, they will also call the local gas company, dig alert to make sure that if there's a gas line in the neighborhood, they can they have to pothole those locations before do the excavation. I think that's being considered from the beginning of the project. And the contractor do have that substructure map provided to them. So I hope this addresses your concern.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. We got 2 more questions, and then we're gonna start wrapping this up. John, Michelle, I think it's John, floor is yours.
Thank you. Indeed, it is John. This will be kind of a quick question, but over the past couple of years, there's been a lot of discussion about Aliso Canyon. Seeing as you're digging down 40 to 50 feet down, and we've asked the various agencies to give us a response to what the water testing is. There is no recorded water testing. All the city government says, yes, we tested the water as it comes down the hill into Aliso Creek, but for some reason, the records aren't available. Can you please make sure that when you go down to 40, 50 feet, wave back up at us, but get somebody to test the water down there? Everybody else is saying, yes, it's a good thing, but they're not doing it. And if you've got an opportunity like this, you could save a lot of people a lot of time in front of a judge. So thank you in advance.
Thank you, John.
Do you mind if I ask a question? What kind of water test you're looking for?
1 second, let me bring them back. 1 second. Go for it, John.
Okay, there's a lot of contaminants that come from up the hill, Aliso Canyon. They're worried about what's in the air. The gas, okay, so what is in the ground is not being tested. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. With no further questions and comments, I want to thank all of you for being here. Caltrans.
Hello.
Sorry?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes,
I'm sorry. I apologize. I started having technical difficulties, but I just wanted to wait to the end just to say, and thank you. I can't see a thing. But yeah, this is Dan Rosales with Councilman John Lee's office.
Yes.
And I just want to say, very early on, the councilman gave us, he gave me strict orders that we had to intervene and help, with this, because it was one of the biggest questions he was being asked as we're out there in the community. So, we were committed. We got building a Bureau of Engineering to work with Ivan and their Caltrans staff. And the big concern was just to get to, this permit as soon as possible. And it meant, having weekly meetings with their construction team, Ivan, Bureau of Engineering, and to get to this point. But I just want you to know the councilman very early on was very committed, and moving forward, there's conditions of construction that are going to be there, and the councilman and the Bureau of Engineering still committed to working with Ivan, the Caltrans team, and to work with any city departments we need to make this as smooth as possible a project, considering everything that's before us. So I just want you all to know that he is committed, our office is committed, and we need to work with DOT wherever we need to on behalf of Ivan and the Caltrans to lessen the impact on this community. That's what the councilman's asked us to do. And we want to thank you, the neighborhood council, and we look forward to also helping communicate better, maybe as we move forward with the project, and that's working with Caltrans and relaying that information to organizations such as yourself. So I just wanted to make that comment that the commitment does not stop here just because the permit has been issued. And we're there, and it's, we're working with Ivan, and we'll continue to do so.
Awesome. Thank you, Daniel. I
And
see,
thank you, board members.
I see a hand up real quick. Lauren? One second. Is she coming in, or let's see what happens. Lauren? All right, I guess we lost her. All right, as I was saying, do any of the parties have anything to add? Caltrans, any closing comments, or Assemblywoman Sudat's office, or Councilmember Lee's office? Anything you guys want to add before we wrap this up?
Yeah, just want to thank the board for inviting us to your meeting and being able to present on this project. We know it's really important for the community. We know it's important for not just Porter Ranch, but also Northridge, for students who attend CSUN, and for those who have to travel on this route every morning and every afternoon. If you have any questions, or if there's something that we didn't answer, or you want to ask something else that's not related to this project, again, reach out to me. I believe I shared that PowerPoint already with you, Gabriel. So
yes,
if you post it up on the website, my contact info will be on there. So feel free to advertise my name and my email on there. And yeah, we'll definitely, and if you want to just sign up for any updates on this project, go ahead and just shoot me an email, and I'll add you to the list and keep everyone informed. Thank you.
definitely. I appreciate that. Yeah, everything you hear tonight, and of course, the presentation will be available on our website. It'll be on YouTube. It'll probably also be shared on Facebook, so everybody will have full access to seeing everything in full that you saw today. I see Lauren has their hand up again. Let me see if we can bring her one more time before I say the goodbyes.
That might be Lauren Winder. Eric, we're on Zoom. I mean, we're on Facebook too, and Instagram, and I know that all the public information officers, including Eric, post on tweet. Follow our Twitter account.
Yeah, if you go to our on our website, we'll post updates as well, not just only to send it via email, but on our social media pages. If you just simply Google Caltrans District 7, it will take you to our homepage, and yeah, you can keep updated on not just what's going on here with the Reseda ramp, but also what's going on across the county.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Eric. And Becky, you have a question?
No, I just kind of like to recognize Anthony and Assemblywoman Valadares and Councilmember John Lee for helping us put this great meeting together with all of you from Caltrans. And we look forward to a quick resolution to our current problem, and appreciate everything that you've all done here tonight. Thank you. That's it.
Shout out
Thank
to
you
you,
very much.
Becky, too. Shout out to you, Becky.
Thank you. Anthony knows we worked him hard.
Thank you. I see Lauren is here. Lauren, you want to ask your question?
Yes, hi. Just before we concluded, I just wanted to introduce myself really quickly. My name is Lauren Shaw, and I'm the sister of Madison Shaw, who was the head of the youth committee for the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council. My sister recommended me, as well as Jeremy Alexander, who's also in the meeting, to take over the youth council for the neighborhood council. And we just wanted to introduce ourselves to the council and ask if the youth committee will be renewed again for another term.
It will be, but this could be discussed in a different agenda item. We can bring it. This is about Caltrans right now, but yes, it will be moving forward soon. And I will stay in touch with you. I got your email.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. 1 second. All right. Anything else anybody would like to add? With no further.
Yeah,
Yes.
Gabriel. Yeah, I'm
Ivan,
sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to say something. Yes, yeah, I do appreciate the board giving Caltrans this opportunity to introduce the project to and explain what the community concern. I do really appreciate that, and I learned a lot from tonight's communication that with conversation with the community and knowing what community concerned about, and that gonna help me a lot to bring all this concern back to my team to work on that, make sure we address all the issue down the road. We will do our best and to get this work done ASAP. Plus we can take into what the community, the concern, what you mentioned today. I really appreciate all this comment. It's really good for me to learn and to get to know the community so well. And I do appreciate everybody's support, including all the community porter, community, and all the board. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. We appreciate you being here as well and answering as many questions as you can. And anything that
Thank
you
you.
couldn't answer, we would love to hear from you in the near future.
All right.
With any answers you could provide.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you again to all the 3 agencies, Caltrans, all of you. I know it's late. You're all here. Thank you again. And also Assemblywoman Suzette's office. I appreciate you being here. And John Lee's office. Thank you for being here, staying so late. I know we have a long agenda ahead of us. You are more than welcome to stay. But you can also leave if you like. But we are going to take about a 2-minute break so I can put everything put together. Next item on the agenda is going to be update from Chatsworth Port Ranch Chamber, and then we're going to go down the agenda as quickly as we can. Thank you again, everyone, and we'll stay in contact. I will be
Okay.
back.
Good
The board
night.
will be back in about 2 minutes. Thank you. All right, board, if you are here, start coming back for round 3. Whenever you're here, Hilda, Jason, David, and Christine, just let me know.
Haven't left.
I'm here, Christine.
Thank you. So based on the comments, so we have a quorum. Let's move on. Next item is agenda item 8, update from Chatsworth Port Ranch Chamber. Jerry, I'm giving you the table. Are you here? Confirm. Floor is yours. Jerry? We cannot hear you. Jerry, are you here? All right, let's put her on pause real quick. Let's go to item number 9, public comments on items not on the agenda, but within the purview of the board. Please raise your hand if you would like to make a public comment. No public comments? All right. So this is going quicker than I expected now. Next item is item number 10, update by budget advocates, reps. Please raise your hand if you're a budget advocate. Hello? Can the board hear me? Just want to make sure. Okay. Any budget advocates here? All right. Let's move on to the next agenda item. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Brian. Brian, the floor is yours. You're muted. There you go.
Okay, I'm getting there. Thank you. I'll make it real short because there really hasn't been much happening yet. We're just getting started.
Right.
My main notice is if you have any questions or issues that you want to bring up to the budget advocates to address with the departments and the city, we'd be happy to hear from you. But other than that, our meeting for this month is this Saturday, and I'll bring you news next month, hopefully. So if there's
Sounds
no
good.
questions, I can leave it at that.
Any questions for Brian? With no questions, thank you for coming.
Take it easy and
Hope you
short.
enjoyed
Thank
the
you.
long meeting so far.
So far, right.
And we just started. All right, let's move on to the next item is updates from CAG. Do we have any CAG members here? Craig, thank you. 1 second. All right, Craig, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President Gabriel.
Thank you.
Hi, all. This should be brief, and we had a very long meeting. Hello, everyone. Thanks for those that are new to the meeting. My name is Craig Galante. I'm the CAG member along with Brandy for I'm a CAG member as well as Brandy for the Community Advisory Group representing the health study. Last month, I told you we had not heard from DPH and there has not been any progress that the CAG is aware of. I'm going to repeat that tonight. And it's becoming incredibly disappointing because as of March, DPH got all 3, we think there's 2 or 3, that's it, proposals to bid on the $25 million for the health study. And we have not, the CAG has not heard word one from DPH that we can relay to groups like yourself. And what I will promise to do, however, because, the last thing was public health said early in around March that they would make a decision on the best candidate for the research in the summer. So here we are, mid-September, we haven't heard anything. So what I will commit to you is I will request from the CAG an update on what's happening and advise the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council and community what DPH it tells us and acknowledges to us of what is going on. So unfortunately, we've been sitting on our hand. People have been sitting on their hands for over 4 years now, and I have no meaningful updates for this group. And it hasn't been from a lack of effort from the CAG, because we have tried to get this pointed in the right direction. Bear in mind, when we do get the path that DPH is on, what was unanimously supported by the CAG and reinforced from all surrounding neighborhood councils, all 7 of them, was a study based on clinical evaluations of the community. If we get a proposal of anything less than that, then this community should rise up and reject it resoundly. So that's my suggestion to the PRNC. Happy to answer any questions, but that's my update for this evening.
Thank you, Craig. Any questions for Craig? No questions. I think everybody is checked out a little bit.
Yeah, I can understand. And if we had any reason to question if government is working, I think tonight demonstrated that, as well as what's happening with our health study.
Right.
Thank you all for doing.
Thank you, Craig. I appreciate it. If anything pops up, you'll be around, or you're going to be leaving?
I've gotten enough death glares from my better half that I've got to bail. So I'm
You got it.
available by email anytime. Thank you.
Sounds good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good night.
You too. All right, let's try Jerry again real quick. Jerry, can you hear us? Are you here? Nope. Okay. All right, let's move on to item number 13, community air monitoring updates. Don, you are here. I did see you. The floor is yours. Hey, Don.
Hello, everyone.
There
And
you are. How you doing?
learned a lot about traffic in LA tonight. That was quite educational. I want to thank you guys again for hosting me and having us. I am hoping we have some very good news to present to the community of Porter Ranch in that, and I'll go ahead and put this in the chat tonight, that we have a public access website available for the community now. And we have 2 of the air monitoring systems are up and collecting data. We have another one that is we're bringing on as we speak. It was actually installed today at one of the community members who went ahead and said that they'd like to host one of the sites. So this is great news. I mean, you guys can now get on the website and actually see real-time methane data. So, you know, it's a big step forward. We're still working on getting all the final sites. We've got them all identified, of course. We're still getting all the final permissions from the various government agencies, but that's moving along really, really quickly at this point. And we're working through all the infrastructure issues as well. So, you know, things have actually really progressed well in the past month. At this point, we actually have systems that we could deploy at every potential site. I would still love it if people would want to potentially volunteer to be a host site. I do want to make it pretty clear to everyone that when we do host this, we're actually kind of doing this anonymously to kind of make it, we respect people's privacy. You know, that's utmost important. So what we're doing is actually setting up the monitors through our little Adopt an Air Monitoring site program. And we're trying to locate the systems that are as near as possible to where the permanent sites would be. And that way, and what they're actually doing is showing up where the permanent sites, will be. That's the data you see. Again, we're getting awesome support now from all the various government agencies. The next set of systems that are probably going to come up very shortly here will be some more community air monitoring systems that are going to be include the ability to do not only methane, but the benzene, toluene, xylene gases. And one of those is going to be at the fire station. And they've been just awesome in allowing us to look at the site. We've actually got a perfect place to put the system itself. The technology's been run through the ringer by South Coast, so it's working really well. And the air monitoring station that will house that is actually, we had to ship it over from Taiwan, and it's in customs right now. So hopefully by tomorrow, we'll be actually able to get it out to where we can actually start doing the final integration. Again, the things that'll happen probably the quickest, I'm sorry, I think the one that'll happen before that will actually be the methane monitors that we're putting on the lampposts. We had to do just kind of a quick redesign on that because it turns out that our air monitors were a bit overweight for the lampposts. So we've had to skinny them up, but we've got that all worked out. And, that's going to happen quite soon as well. And we've got contractors ready to go to do the installation. It's looking really well. And Park and Rec is moving forward to allow us to locate some stations on their facility property. And we've got the air monitoring stations ordered for those and very quick delivery time here. So I just kind of want to go through that quickly. No, it's been a long night, but like I said, I am going to put the website address if anybody wants to see it. If you'll allow me, Gabe, to put that in the chat.
Go for it.
People can then come and see and peruse it. It's, again, we've got a bit, there's more to this. It's an evolving thing, obviously, but this will at least give you guys the ability to see data, which is really, I think, what everybody wanted. Obviously, we're going to work on getting notifications next. And we'll do that again. It's kind of a balancing act between trying to get data as quickly as possible while also making sure it's the highest quality data we can possibly get you. And that we don't want to really rush this. I don't want to set off anything that might create an alarm that would make, panic anybody when it's actually not that kind of an issue. So I think the actual notification portion of this will be rolled out relatively soon. And what we'll do with that is if there's a specific monitor that, detects either methane or BTEX above levels of concern, the community will be able to be notified as to exactly where that monitor was actually located. So you'll have a lot more information coming to you in the very near future. So if I could, let's see.
Thank you, Don. You want to say the website out loud too? So just in case people can't see the chat and whenever they watch the video.
Sure. And how do I get into the Q&A?
I think it's not going to let you type Q&A yet because I have you as a host. Once you're
Okay,
out the host,
got
you'll
it.
be able to add that.
Okay. And if you want, we can very quickly, can I share my screen?
Yep, you have full access.
All right. So here it is. So again, this is very basic to begin with. We've got a lot more going on here. Can you still see the screen?
Yes, we do.
I'll make sure. So as of now, all we've really put in with this is the homepage and then where the real-time data is. So we can click on the real-time data, a map shows up. You select the target compound. Right now, we only have methane available, but we've actually got three different, we have an open path system that's what's called a fence line system. And then we've got two other systems that are located within the community. Please go through this, and this is yours, okay? Own it and get back to me with as much critique as you want to want to throw at me. If you go to the front page, you will see my emails right there. So, you know, if you have any questions, comments, those kind of things, go ahead and feel free at any time to get hold of me and tell us how you want it improved. Because again, you guys are the owners of this equipment and the data. And I do want to say, you know, we're controlling, Argos is controlling all the data itself. I mean, so, you know, you guys are, this is the first stuff you'll see. You guys get it as soon as anybody else. Jason, you have a question?
Yeah, I just had a question about the installation on the light poles.
Yeah.
You know, I wanted to bring it to your attention because we have a big issue here with the copper wire theft. And a lot of the street lights are not,
Yes.
are out. And so I was thinking you're going to be powering the system from the power from the city, but
yeah, it actually, we power it from the top of the light post. So we're going to be putting these up high enough to make it very difficult for anybody to want to take it. And and the other thing is the actual power comes from the very top of the post. So it's not, it'll be going down.
okay, because we have like a block, like a whole block where, you know, especially there on Wilbur, it's been really bad.
Sure.
Where the whole block has no power. All the streetlights are out. And this has been for months and months and months. Have you been there at night?
No.
Okay.
Be honest.
Well,
Okay.
well,
I'm
yeah.
flat out honest. I have not been there.
Becky and I live over there and we can vouch for those being out a long time. So I want to let you know ahead of time that you may lose power because there's a, you know, they're backlogged. You know, Assad is with the city, as you know, they're backlogged months and months and months out. And I'm not sure if the power is even up on that block right now.
The beauty, I mean, without a doubt, the agency that's been the most aggressive in wanting to help us is the power light people. I mean, everybody's been great, but they've been the best. So, I mean, if there's any issue where we need to move stuff, I mean, it's not, I don't foresee any issue of us relocating this equipment.
But what I was thinking is a backup with a solar panel and a battery. That's kind of what I was thinking. But anyways, that's a sidebar.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's one of the things you don't think of.
I mainly want to give you a heads up about the lights.
Yeah.
I want to give you a heads up about the lights.
Yeah, and again, I really do. I'd love to encourage people to sort of want to do this volunteer thing, understanding it'll be completely anonymous. We don't want it out there where the stuff is, you know, just for privacy issues and things like that. And so we make sure to, when we do kind of do this, that we tuck it away to where it's not seen or you know, and we're not talking big, bulky stuff anyway. But again, I mean, we've actually got more technologies than we have active available sites at this point, and I'd love to be able to drop more in. Very easy to install, very simple to set up, you know, and our installation team is pleasant and fun to be around. I mean, how do you lose, you know? So
Thank you.
Voss, you have a question? Uh-oh.
Can't hear you, boss. You're still muted, boss.
Okay, I would like Don to bring one more time the page where the email address was shown in the bottom somewhere.
Sure,
Thank you.
sure, happy to. It's just, you just click on the home. And again, this is going to be a much bigger website, but this is, we wanted to get things out as quickly as we possibly could for you guys.
Yeah.
Did you give us the website or can you send it to Gabriel?
The website is, Assad posted the website. It looks like in Q&A.
Thank you.
Oh, perfect.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Assad.
Thank you, Don.
Yep.
Appreciate.
Oh, no. And again, like I said, we're going to be expanding this, and I want people to be hopefully patient as this is under development. But again, the most important thing for me was to try to get you guys data. You know, if there's an issue, you guys need to know about it. And we're there, and we're recording all this data as well. So, you know, we can make all of this available to the community if they want it. It's all good. And like I said, I mean, as we get more and more sites coming on, and there'll be a lot more, you know, as just more of these obstacles are falling away. But for the most part, all the obstacles have fallen away. It's really moving quickly.
Okay, Don, quick question for you. I know it was asked recently to me and I didn't have the answer. How long is the delay between air monitoring to going to the website for us to be able to see it?
Well, you can look, I mean, right now, this one site is still under, this is one we're transitioning in, is this PM2. But you can see, I mean, well, they were updated at 8:50 and 8:55 PM. We'll speed that up as well. Obviously, you want to know as quickly as possible. But, you know, the problem has always been, it's not the delay on the instrument side. It's the delay on the web, the internet, you know, the World Wide Web thing is where this takes longer to get to. But I mean, usually it's 10 to 15 minutes maximum. And again, it could be that I just haven't even updated my website. See, I just updated it. Now it's 8:55. So, you know, we're talking at this point, you know, maybe 15 minutes at the most.
15-minute delay by the time it's reported.
At the most, yeah. I mean, at the absolute most.
And what's the least you think we can do in the future?
Boy, now you're going to get me in trouble with my programmers. You know, because obviously, if there's an incident, no incident, you want data as quickly as possible. We'll try our best, Gabe, to get it under 5 minutes. I mean, the sample time for the systems themselves is 5 minutes. So that's the other delay right now is, you know, it updates, the equipment itself collects data and then it updates every 5 minutes. So that's the other delay in this whole thing, is that plus the internet.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then also I had a question that came recently. Right now, they want to know what we're testing. Right now it's methane, right? That's it. What else is going to be added in the system?
Okay, so we, in addition to methane, we're going to have systems that do benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene. So those were the ones that were of most concern as to when the original well blowout occurred. And so that's the suite of gases that we're looking for with the system as it's configured. And that'll be at both the community locations as well as what we call the fence line sites. And the fence line sites are the ones where the beams of light basically are traversing along the edge of Aliso Canyon.
Gotcha. Thank you. I know there's 3 questions from the public.
Okay.
Number 1 is Assad. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just to elaborate on what Don was saying, I met with Don and the design team as the Bureau of Street Lighting Public Works where I work, and we reached a lot of I would say, great re-engineering of the final product. And I think it's going to be successful enough that we can fiddle around with it. We can move it around like Don said. And from our perspective, Bureau of Street Lighting, we have no issues moving the unit from one location to the other until we tweak all the readings to the rate that the community expects. In regards to the power, addressing Jason concern, yes, there is a lot of wire theft. However, we are working on a lot of solutions, and actually one of the solutions we're implementing citywide was in coordination between Councilman Lee and my boss, the director himself, and in which we implemented in a lot of the areas in CD12 and in Porter Ranch to start with. It's a combination of welding the handhole and adding a lot of wax and bolts to the pull boxes themselves for prevention. And for sure, the areas where we're going to install the monitor, we will enhance on the circuits. The Wilbur circuit, I am very familiar with it. Unfortunately, every time we fix it, the next day or so, it gets hit again. But hopefully the final solution that was reached between John Lee and my boss will work, and it will, it will work for a while, hopefully, and forever until the lights burned out. But back to the monitoring system, we're ready to issue the permit the minute the final locations that I shared with Don are agreed on, and we'll take it from there. It should be within one working day, all permits done. Actually, he has a green light right now to install, and then we'll issue the permit for the location he picks. And anything you need from PRNC, if you have questions on how to design it more effectively or what other mitigations you like to see, I'm available.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Assad. And again, you guys have been incredibly helpful. And yeah, the biggest thing that we found out was, like I said, we had a much like me, a slightly overweight thing. We had to lighten the load a bit on this thing and shave about 6 or 7 pounds off it and kind of redistribute things. But we've got all that figured out, and we're actually, shipping one of the systems down, and the other, there'll be 3 of these sites that are on lampposts initially. And like I said, we've got them under the weight limitation at this point. So
and Don, one question: what's the status on the fire station, please?
Again, they're awesome. They actually gave us showed us a perfect site to locate the system, and it's going to work out very, very well. And that system will also, it'll do both the methane and the benzene, toluene, xylene, ethyl benzene. We could put that in tomorrow. The biggest issue is going to be, at this point, is just fastening it to the ground, the monitoring station itself, so that theft or other things like that don't occur. But we got an absolute green light from them to get going on this as quickly as possible. So again, everybody, city council members, Lee's office, the neighborhood council, the air district, everybody is just really Park and Rec. Everybody's just fully on board trying to move this as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Don. I have 2 more questions real quick, and then we got to move on. John Hales, floor is yours. John?
There we go. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Yeah, a quick question. I am excited beyond belief about the progress that this project is moving along, and I see nothing but magic. And my question to you, and working with 3 other neighborhood councils that are looking to post banners on light poles, whether they be lights or otherwise, every one of them, including me, have been told we have to go through city council to get approval. And that covers a permit not only for the city, but also for DWP. Could you explain to me the magic that you have, or is that magic I just heard a minute ago? Thank you.
I don't know. I don't have much of an ability to respond. You know, the magic was, you know, Council Member Lee's office helping with
Okay.
the neighborhood council helping.
Go in with a councilman taking it to the city council. So the question I have is, are all your permits up to date, signed off and ready to go for each of these locations?
No, I mean, again, we're still working through the process.
Okay.
There's multiple, you know, there's Park and Rec we have to work with. There's all these different agencies. But
Okay.
and you know, interestingly enough, the fire department, it's not really even a permit. It's just a memorandum of understanding. So every one of them's been a little bit different adventure. But you know, the thing that I found was that everybody is so concerned about what happened in the past and the benefit of these technologies for the future for the community. There's just 100% support.
It's very exciting, and I think you guys are doing great. It's just that I just want to know what the magic is. Now I know what the magic is. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We got one more question and we move on. Patty, floor is yours.
Thank you. Two things. First of all, I might have missed it, but the methane, the baseline for the methane level is 2.0, just like your past system.
Yeah, well, again, yeah, it's gonna range. I mean, ambient methane in the atmosphere, you know, now I don't want to get real sciencey this late in the evening, is about 1.7 part per million, but there's, you know, yeah, it's around 2 to 2.5, something like that.
Okay. And the other thing is, just to let people know, especially John was talking about magic, is that this whole project was announced on August 8th, 2018, as well as the health study. And it was approved by a judge in February 2019, and it took government lawyers until the summer of 2020 to even come to the conclusion that the AQMD will minister this project. So Don has only gotten this project recently and all that, but before that, it was being slow walked at the detriment of the people here, and we could have really used this information. So hats off to Don for trying to push it on his end. But remember, it was the county, city, state lawyers that were delaying this project for whatever reason. And then they had the nerve to tell us at a community meeting that, oh, COVID, but they knew about this project long before COVID. So again, hats off. And it's just sad that we didn't have this whole thing a couple of years ago, because we really could have used it with all the people who are getting sick from these bad chemicals. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. I see a comment in the question and answers. Craig is asking, would you explain why methane only for the monitors to date? And we are mostly interested in harmful BTEX elements. Also, if you could be specific dates on the implementation at the fire station and streetlights.
Yeah, I mean, I can't give an exact time frame for when everything will be done. My goal is to try to get those done, you know, certainly in the next 4 weeks, but by the next meeting we have here, for sure. I think, and I actually think we'll easily beat that. The only reason we haven't been able to get the benzene, toluene, xylene monitors in was the fact that, you know, these are insanely sophisticated equipment, and our friends at the Air District wanted to put, you know, part of it was they wanted it to put it through their paces, and make sure that they're working to give the best quality data possible. And so we've actually been testing them at the air district, setting them up with their laboratory. There's just a number of things that have made that one harder to do. And it's the methane monitors are relatively easy to install. It's literally you plug them into an outlet, and they just start working. The sophistication of the BTEX monitors is just one that makes it more challenging. And honestly, what you want to do is make sure that, we don't want to have any bad data. So we have to make sure the infrastructure for those systems is, ideal for their operational characteristics. And it's just taking a little bit longer. But like I said, we've got the okay from the fire department. The monitoring shelters, which were specially designed for these systems, just got shipped in expedited from Taiwan. And as soon as we get them through customs and set up and tested, we'll drop them in and bolt them down, and we'll have BTEX data as well, which is the benzene data.
Sounds good. Thank you, Don, for being here. With no further questions, I'll add you on next month's agenda as well.
Yeah.
If you have any updates.
Please do, and please don't be shy. Just send me an email, call us. We're happy to help. I mean,
Sounds
we're
good.
here for the community.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay.
Talk to you soon.
Yep.
All right, next on the agenda is treasurer's report. Jason.
All right. Not too much though. I don't know what's taking the rollover fund so long to hit.
Yeah, it hasn't shown up yet for some
It
reason.
hasn't shown up yet.
No.
So yeah, not much to report. We
You want
didn't.
me to share real quick?
If you want, but I think you can just go to the MER because, yeah, there we go, exactly.
All right, next item is a motion to approve August 2022 MER. Jason, it's all yours.
Oh, all right. I'll make the motion. Do you want to? Let's see. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty late in the evening. I don't know. There's much to go through, so I'll just make the motion to approve the MER.
I will second that. Let me. I can't even see my screen right now. Give me 1 second. Any questions? All right, let's call a vote. Becky? You're muted. There
Okay,
you go.
David Balin,
Yes.
Hilda Sarkisian,
Yes.
Jason Hector,
Yes.
Luis Ramirez,
Yes.
Becky Levesque, yes. Brandy Grace, absent.
Yep.
Jennifer Abraham, absent. Voss Singh,
I did not attend that, so I think I will be abstain.
abstain. Okay, hold on 1 sec. Christine Demercian,
Yes.
alrighty, and Gabriel Conlon.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. Let's move on to item number 16.
Is that the budget?
Jason, saw you.
Can you pull the budget up? Sorry.
Yes.
You're doing good, my friend. Juggling. All right, keep going. Go down to the money part.
I have so many things open on my computer.
Yeah, that signer part will have to change as things change, but right, the next page.
Sample, there we go.
Right here. Okay, cool. So that's the rollover amount that was added in. And I made some adjustments here, particularly under communication expenses they're running higher now. They're running about $450 a month-ish. So I bumped that up a little bit to $5,500. And I put bookkeeping services, I don't know, just in case. So I just added those two items. Keep going. Let's see. Okay, so this is basically the budget. I just budgeted 3,000. Keep going. just kind of go slowly through it. 3,000 for outreach. Elections is 5,000. So obviously, we don't know what's going to be spent. So these things could change. And then the MPG budget, we've approved 2,000 already. So is that 6? Yeah, so I got it 8. So there's about 6,000 left, and that's after allocating the rollover funds. And then there's the 50, I just kind of put the remainder here in the community improvement projects. And should we do the grant project that we've gotten approved, that would be 1,500 that we approved last year, it need to be reapproved. And then this all kind of breaks it down. So essentially office is like 20,000. That's kind of our operating expenses. Outreach is allocated 3,000, and then election 5,000, and then 8,000 for MPGs and 5,685 for CIPs. So, later on down the road, depending on, what we don't spend or whatnot, things can be shifted over. If we don't do any improvement projects, or we don't spend much at the election, or there's some other savings, then money can be kind of reshifted. But that's the way I've got it now. Certainly open for discussion, suggestions, or whatnot. It's not my budget. This is our budget. So, there it is.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions or comments? No questions? All right.
I have one.
Yes, yes, Becky.
All of the acronyms that you're using, what's KLAB?
Oh, okay. So,
Keep LA beautiful.
yeah,
Pardon me?
Keep
Keep
LA.
Los Angeles beautiful.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Let me answer, boss. It's called Keep LA Beautiful. It's the grant that we were talking about in the park. Remember that we got
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
the trash cans and all that. Yeah.
Sorry about that, Jason.
It's okay.
Any other questions? All right, Jason, you want to make the motion to approve?
All right. So I'll make a motion to approve the revised 20, what is it, 22, 23?
Correct.
I second.
Voss seconds it. Okay. Becky, you want to call it?
I will. Okay, David Balin,
Yes.
Hilda Sarkisian,
Yes.
Jason Hector,
Yes.
Luis Ramirez,
Yes.
Becky Levesque, yes, Brandy Grace, absent. Jennifer Abraham, absent. Voss Singh,
Yes.
Christine Demercian,
Yes.
and Gabriel Conley.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. All right, next item is item number 17, discussion and possible action to replace PRNC treasurer position by opening up nominations, self-nominations, or exploring other ideas. As you know, as I announced in the beginning of the meeting, Jason is resigning from treasurer position end of this month. Are there any board members that would like to step up and be treasurer? David, you have your hand up. You have a comment?
Yeah, I'd like to renominate Jason Hector to be our treasurer. Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Right?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, man.
Sorry, Jason.
Now you're forced.
You're staying,
Rose.
Jason. You're staying.
I think he has a lot going on, from my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, guys, but, I just do not have the time of taking on a new position with a nonprofit and a government agency in the renewable energy space. And, I'm really focused on this along with real estate as I usually practice, but it's just getting too much. And, I want to continue to do the things in the community, but I just haven't been able to follow through. This grant has been lingering on for over a year. I just haven't had the time to execute it. And, I think it's a really good opportunity for some of the new people to, in particular, step step into this role, and I'm always there to help, and that's why I said till the end of the month, because I want to be there to support that transition. And Andrew helped me along the way when I took over. But it's a very rewarding experience. But I can't do it, and I don't want to just drop off of the board, completely. I want to stay with the board. I don't want to leave you guys hanging at all. I want to have a good transition, and especially for the treasurer position, it's obviously extremely important. So that being said, I hope that you guys, I have a good relationship with everybody here on this board. I hope so. I will be there to train or help or whatever is necessary. So don't feel shy about that part of it. So with that.
Thank you, Jason.
Oh.
All right, I'll open up nominations and self-nominations again. Anyone want to self-nominate? Anyone want to nominate somebody else? We do need a treasurer to operate. We can temporarily operate with me and Jennifer, because we are second signer and alternative signer, but that can't last forever. I think we have a time period that we need to move forward. David, question? Are you nominating yourself?
I wish I had more time, but I don't. I think maybe it's a possibility. Maybe we can table this till the next meeting, because I believe we have candidates coming in. So maybe there would be a candidate that would want to take on that extra work. Just a thought.
Thank you, David. Does anybody want a second tabling it for a month?
I second.
All right, anybody objecting in tabling this motion for another month? Jason, I know you're leaving end of the month, and all the paperwork will be signed by me and Jennifer until we have a
Well,
treasurer.
I think, okay, so you need a primary card holder. You're a secondary card holder, right?
Correct.
So, that's the main thing. The treasurer is a primary card holder and primary signer. When you say it's okay, you're just saying signing stuff. You're not
Correct.
talking about paying people.
Paying people, I have the second card. I guess I can't.
No, you can't issue
No,
checks.
that's
is the
right.
problem.
Especially if there's no treasurer.
So I think if you're going to table this, I don't know. I just think that there should be more discussion, but if it's the wish of the board, but you have to think about paying people. And I think you're going to have to somehow email the BAC to, what's her name? City clerk's office rep.
Mariel.
Yeah, Mariel, the BAC with the NPG, for example, and process it through her that way,
On a positive note, you're here till the end of the month, so we can process everything from today by the end of the month. But next month, if we don't vote a treasurer in, we're screwed.
And we can also have a special meeting
Yeah.
between now and the end of the month.
But to David's point, I don't know that you want, a brand new board member with no experience to be your treasurer, so I think that, you guys got to dig down deep and find it.
Let me be a little bit more straightforward. I do know that Assad Al-Najjar has put in as a candidate. I do know that he would be willing to be the treasurer. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank
Well,
you,
I'd
David.
like to nominate Luis Ramirez for treasurer.
I will second
I'll
that.
second it.
Oh, I'll third it.
I wish I could, guys, but I'm in the middle of
Note
like.
taker is not able to gather the first and the seconds when names aren't mentioned, please. Some people are shouting first and second. I don't know who's speaking.
Sure, no problem.
Becky made the first.
Thank you.
Christine made the second. David made the third. If necessary, that's where we end. And I said as jokingly fourth. Obviously, we don't need a fourth. But it looks like Luis is gonna say no to it, but let's give him a
Yeah,
shot.
unfortunately, I can't. I'm in the middle of two projects and one of them is out of state. So I get to travel in and out of the state, so unfortunately I can't. Hopefully in a few months from now, but not at this time.
Gotcha. What about David? Come on, David, you could do it. You have experience in it too.
I'm slammed with everything. I wish I had more time. I don't.
So what
do
should we
not.
do? So
Who,
we're,
by the way, who has taken their class? I mean, that's where we should be looking.
me and Jennifer are the ones who have the classes done already so far.
Well, can we have Jennifer be treasurer?
I think Jennifer is second signer currently, and she's gonna have a lot on her
It
hand.
doesn't have to do a second signer. Forget second signer. It's the card holder. She's gonna be the card holder.
Yeah.
She's gonna be the first card. It's mainly the card holder. The signature part isn't a problem because you can add alternate signers, second signers. The problem is the primary card holder and who's gonna submit the payments, for the MPGs, the checks. You understand? That's the main role. That's the main role of the treasurer, right?
Right.
Just the payments, do the budgets, but we just did the budget. Like the budget is done.
And I think Jennifer would be great. She's really smart.
I 100% agree.
I'll second Jennifer then.
But
Can
she's
we all
not
vote?
here, right? So
She's not here. Can we do that to her without her?
can you talk to her, Becky, and I'll try and talk to her and
Okay.
I've talked with Jennifer and like we're good. Like I'm gonna help her if she's willing to do it. I'll
Good.
make
Oh, that's nice. I'll take one arm, you take the other.
100%.
Okay, so currently we have a motion to table by David Balin, motion to second by Voss. And it looks like the board is agreeing to tabling, but if you two could talk to Jennifer and see if she's interested, I can call a quick special meeting this month to make it official. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And I know, Jason, that you'll help her through it because you're really good at that.
Sure, of course.
Christine will need your help on this one too.
I think she'd be amazing. I mean, just as you know, I think she has a lot coming up, but hopefully, if we're patient with her just through the transition of, what she's going through then.
I mean, yeah, I can at least explain how much work it is. I mean, it's just basically processing payments after meetings. It's not a whole lot. If the stuff comes, like Gabriel sends the paperwork and then you're just gonna, upload it in the system. So, all right.
Sounds good. And do we even have to, I don't think we need to call a vote. It doesn't look like there's any objection to tabling. So we could table item number 17.
Yes.
All right, let's go to item number 18. We're getting there slowly. Item number 18, discussion and possible action to approve up to $2,000 MPG to Granada Hills Community Foundation for 2022 Granada Hills Street Fair. Is anybody here from the Granada Hills Street Fair or Granada Hills Community Foundation? Raise your hand if you are. All right, should we table this, board?
Gabriel, I have a question.
I don't know if we need to table it. They didn't show.
You got a hand up in the attendees.
Yeah, I don't think we need to table it. I don't
Right,
think.
okay, I think we got it.
Wait, you have Lori?
Yeah, let's
I
bring
think
her in.
she might, yeah, I think she is.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Lori, the
Well,
floor.
is there a second? Is there a second?
No, Lori's
On the
here. She's
motion?
presenting, I think, from the MPG.
Lori?
Oh.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Gabriel, I think you have to grab a second.
Yeah,
First.
we have a second and then we can have a discussion.
And I'm sorry, were you on the MPGs? I heard something and just wanted to make
Yes.
sure.
We
Okay.
are starting with the NPGs. We're at the Granada Hills Community Foundation.
Okay, I'm solid.
You're solid. Okay, you're coming up next. So I'll keep you here temporarily. How's that?
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Thank you. Just mute yourself for next agenda. You're next.
Sure.
So board, what action do, okay, I made the motion to this, actually, it's a discussion of possible action. So I made a motion. If we don't have a second, then the motion dies and we move forward.
Right, motion to table it because they're not here to present, right?
You want a motion to table it? Okay.
Motion dies.
I agree with Becky. The motion dies. You can't table it. It was a, it was a motion.
Should have been
There was
here.
nobody seconded it.
Okay.
Nobody second. That's right. Perfect. So Gabriel made the motion and nobody seconded. They're not here. Motion dies. Let's move on.
I'm gonna recuse myself at this point.
Okay.
You got it.
Let me know when it's over.
Sounds good. This is for item number 19, discussion and possible action to approve up to $2,000 NPG to Devonshire Solid for remodeling flooring, furniture, and etc. at Devonshire Station. Do we have a second? Do we have a second to move forward with the motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Hilda. All right, Lori, floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for hanging in there through this. This has been quite a meeting. Lots of good info
Yes, it
up
has.
there. For this NPG, thank you for taking it under consideration. We originally submitted a budget of $72,000 for a remodel of the slow trailer at Devonshire Division. And due to inflation, our costs have risen to just under 80,000 by about 10%. And so we have gone to all of our neighborhood councils to ask for help in funding, which what they're funding is new furniture installation, a remodel of the complete trailer, new flooring, and new ramp and steps up to the trailer itself. We have received about $33,500 from all of the various neighborhood councils. We have requested $2,000 from Porter Ranch and are hoping that you would give that consideration tonight. If you have any questions about it, I'll do my best to answer them. And if I can't answer them, I will go to the board and get some answers for you.
Thank you, Lori. I got a quick question. I know we funded this project $3,000, I believe, about 4 meetings ago. How much has, on average, other councils given towards the project total, including start to beginning to end so far?
Including your 3,000, it's been 33,500 so far that we've gotten, and that's over 8 different councils.
So what's the average that the other councils have given, would you say?
Let me look
Sure.
here. By 8. It's about 2,300, but like I said, we're going back to everybody.
Exactly.
I know that Chatsworth just approved another 2,000 the other night because again, you know, we need to fund this project more with the increase in costs.
Right.
We are also going back to, you know, one of the main problems that Solid has had these last couple of years because of COVID is that we weren't able to do our major fundraisers, the pasta dinner, the pancake breakfast, and the biggest one, the golf tournament. We did our pancake breakfast earlier this year to a huge success, and we are having our pasta dinner on Friday, October the 7th at the Greek Orthodox Church. So that will also help with funding. We're about halfway there with the neighborhood council funds, and then we'll be getting the rest of the funds from our other fundraisers.
Thank you, Lori. David Balin?
Gabriel, my apology. I need to recuse myself because we're part of Devonshire as well. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second. All right. Anyone have any questions or comments to Lori? All right, Jason.
Oh, so how much do you, I guess, so you're gonna be able to fund this, because it looks like you're about 50,000 short right now, right, on the project?
Well, not short. Between, like I said, we're halfway there with the neighborhood council MPGs that we've gotten. And then the other fundraisers that we hold throughout the year, the pancake breakfast, the pasta dinner coming up. And we've done a campaign to the community, to people who have donated to us in the past. And we've had a huge response from that. And so it will be funded. The furniture's been ordered. The contractor we've signed the contract with them. So it is moving forward. It's just, you know, a matter of getting all of our ducks in line with funding.
So you're about halfway there in terms of the funding?
From MPGs, we are halfway there. We will have the rest of the funds from our other fundraisers.
Yeah, I guess my question is, like, where are you at right now with all the funding? Like, how much of this project is funded as we speak today?
Yeah, we're like 90% there.
Okay.
We're, you know, that's why we've ordered the furniture.
Right.
And we've signed on the line for the contractor to get started.
Okay. I got you. Thank you.
I know we have, Jason, you were saying we have about 6,000 total to spend on NPGs.
Yeah, so we've budgeted 8,000 for the fiscal year in NPGs, and we've approved 2,000 already. So there's 6,000 left in the budget for the rest of the fiscal year. And like I said, depending on how things get spent, as we get further along in the year, if we don't spend in certain areas, there might be a small amount extra to move around. But at this point in time, but actually we haven't even gotten those rollover funds yet, but they are on the way, I guess. So yeah, it's about 6,000 left. Yeah, my concern is the schools, you know, are going to come to down the line, and I don't want to see us have to say no to our schools. In particular, we have funded the 3,000, or so I don't know, you know, I'm just going to go with the flow on this one, but I'm giving you the numbers. It's like 6,000, and we're only in September, and our fiscal year runs all the way through June of next year. So that's.
Jason.
Can I explain also just why we're doing this now?
Sure.
Would that be helpful?
Yes.
Okay, so our slow trailer was donated years ago from outside of LAPD. And the way LAPD works is, if it's not something that they originally brought to the station, they won't spend any of their budget to fix it.
Right.
And that was 15, 20 years ago that happened. The slow trailer is used for a lot of dignitaries that come to visit the station for a variety of different reasons. And the officers were dealing with broken chairs, broken filing cabinets, not enough chairs in the office for everyone to be in there at the same time, floor bubbling up, roof leaks, inadequate air conditioning. So there was just a variety of things that were going wrong with the space that we felt the need to improve it. In addition to what I just mentioned, it really also will give the officers a place that they can be proud of, one, to work in, and two, to bring the various dignitaries that come to the area to be able to show them the office space and talk to them in a decent location. So that is why, and with inflation increasing the way it is, and seeing how much the furniture costs went up in just such a short amount of time, we felt that it was imperative to us that we do this now and not continue to put it off.
Thank you, Lori. So we do have a first and we do have a second. Did anybody want to entertain a lower amount possibly, just so we can budget?
Yeah, I would like to add that since this project has already been funded 90%, and we have a lower amount and we have the full year ahead, so I would like the board to consider $1,000.
Thank you, boss.
Thank
you. Any comments or second on that? Do we have a second?
I'll second the 1,000.
Thank you, Jason. Would that be sufficient for you, Lori, if we move forward with that?
Absolutely. We understand budget constraints everywhere, and we're very appreciative to
Thank
our
you.
neighborhood councils for helping us
Yeah,
out.
we completely support Solid. We completely support LAPD, but we're just tied in a rope right now by funding. And
Yes,
that's the issue.
Well,
understood.
they cut our budget by $10,000 during COVID. And, they haven't restored our budget. Our budget was originally 42,000 and now it's only 32,000.
Yeah, that is a
Yeah.
consideration. Otherwise, we would have given $2,000.
It's
No
really
problem.
disappointing, because, PALS is gonna come, they're gonna need support and, we might not have any money left,
Exactly. All right, let's move ahead. So on $1,000 motion, just for the note taker, Voss made the first, Jason made the second. I'm gonna call the vote. David recused himself. Hilda,
Yes.
thank you. Jason,
Yes.
thank you. Louis,
Yes.
thank you. Becky recused. Brandy's absent. Jennifer is absent. Voss,
Yes.
Christine,
Yes.
Gabriel, yes. Motion passes. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you very much, Porter Ranch. We appreciate it. Have a good night.
Thank you, and thank you for being patient.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't think you noticed, but you had a couple hands up in the attendees.
Oh, let's see.
Oh, yeah, and then David's back.
Yeah, two hands up. Sorry, Ellen and Sharon. I didn't even notice it. I guess, should we listen to what they have to say, or they can't speak on the topic anyways anymore, huh?
Yeah. You're the president, my friend.
All right, let's go to agenda item 20 then. Discussion and possible action to approve up to $4,000 NPG to Friends of West Los Angeles for the 4th annual Greater Los Angeles Safety and Preparedness Fair. Please raise your hand if you are associated with this entity. Francis Jones, possibly. Let's find out. Francis?
Yes, hello, and thank you guys for having me. So I do have a presentation.
Okay, let me bring you in real quick. 1 second. All right, you should be able to share. Francie? Where'd she go?
Okay, I'm here.
Perfect.
Okay, so can you see my screen?
No, not yet. Did you press share screen on the bottom? There you go.
There we
You're
go.
coming in.
Okay, so I'm here to present the 4th annual Safety and Preparedness Fair. It's actually the first for the Los Angeles area. We've been doing it successfully on the west side for the last 3 years. And this year we were asked if we would be interested in bringing it citywide. So it's now scheduled for November 13th. And it's going to be at the Expo Park downtown. We picked this location. So this is Expo Park. And can you see my cursor? So it's going to take place in the green lot, which is in the lower right-hand corner. And pretty much it's going to take up half of that. And then there'll be parking on the other half available. So who we are is we're a handful of community volunteers, Red Cross, CERT, neighborhood council. We are just here to provide really good information. And so we do have let me move this here in the way. You can check out safetyfair.org. And we were approached by the disaster preparedness officer at the LAFD to take this citywide. And so here we are. And it's creating a lot of funding, but this is our team right now. We have Rico Gross with the LFD, LA Fire Department, Crisanta with the LA Emergency Management Department, Aaron Gross with the mayor's office, and so forth. I think it's a really powerful team. It's we already have an endorsement by Mayor Eric Garcetti, and we have an endorsement by the City of Los Angeles Fire Department. So what we are planning is an entirely free community event focused on safety, preparedness, resiliency, offering hands-on training, utility shutoff, hands-only CPR, stop the bleed, basic first aid, so forth. The CHP will do a bike rodeo on bike safety, and that's a really cute course for children. There'll be just a myriad of other safety organizations. The fire department, like EMT, the police department. We'll also bring out CERT and the Red Cross and any of the organizations that kind of provide these services. One of the things too is we want attendees to take away something valuable. So in the past years, and this is my favorite part actually, because one year we entered after we checked in, we got an empty first aid bag. And as we went through each of the vendor tables, and some of them were passing out certain items, scissors, Band-Aids, gauze, antiseptic. By the end of the event, attendees had a complete first aid kit to take home and put in, their closet, their car, so wherever they're going to need it. And we've provided bags and backpacks and things like that, and that is also what we are planning on doing. So so the big ask is, we're approaching neighborhood councils, looking for an NPG up to $4,000. And this is really to provide the basics. It's going to be a great event, a day out in the city to learn specific life-saving skills. So now let's see. So this is just sponsorship levels. So as companies support us and provide more money, they get more things. Their names on banners, their names on signage around the venue. And let's see, so the cost, it's a big ticket item, but staging, lighting, the AV, canopies, tables, we're trying to get a lot of this stuff donated, but we will end up with quite a cost. So that is why we are asking for this NPG. And I know Porter Ranch is rather far away from downtown, but safety preparedness is like, this information is universal. We never know where that disaster is going to hit. So everybody needs to be prepared. It's a fun day out. Come have a meeting down there. You have a table. There'll be fun stuff, food trucks, a lot of good information. So that's basically my presentation. Cynthia Safer, she's the lead organizer, and this is her information. So, but I'm here to answer any questions you may have, and if I can't answer them, we can get Cynthia to chime in. I can get back with you.
Thank you. Quick question for you. Right now, we currently are in discussion mode where we have no motion on the table yet. Trying to get answers and let people ask questions. My question to you is, how much have other councils given you so far? The councils like Chatsworth, Granada Hills,
So,
or around us?
so we have raised, we're in the $30,000 to $40,000 mark right now. And neighborhood councils, I want to say that's probably a third of it. We do have some council districts that have given money. Actually, CD5 just was in at 3. They just bumped up to 5. So, and we do have some larger sponsorships. So I can't give you a specific on the ones near you that you just mentioned. But does that help you a little?
Yeah. Just trying to say, has CD12 donated anything?
See, not that I know of.
Okay.
CD12, I can find out though.
And how much has the mayor's office given so far that they endorsed the project?
I know, so right. So an endorsement doesn't mean they've actually given us anything. They just support it. They're in, they are they're not giving us anything to say that, to answer your question. But what they have offered is some resources to us. Aaron Gross, he is providing us with printing capabilities. I don't know, like tables and chairs and canopies, like they will provide us with their support is what they've told us, but they have not.
Any more board questions? I know we still need to make a motion. Anybody want to make a motion yet? Yes, Jason?
Yeah, okay, Jason.
Well, I just want to make a comment, neighborhood councils came about during the secession movement of the Valley. And the reason the neighborhood councils came about is because people felt like they weren't getting the services here, in the city, from the city. So, what I ask, and the funds are for Porter Ranch. So, the tough question that the lens that I look through is, what is this going to do for the community or the residents in Porter Ranch?
Well, I think it's good information that can be transported to any city. You come out for the day, you get a lot of information, great ideas. Maybe you might want to purchase a backpack or a water barrel that, it holds 55 gallons of water. They're ideas. They spawn, they spawn what you need to do to be prepared. They've got the Map Your Neighborhood. They've got, lists and services and pet, things for your pets. And it's just to educate. And so I think that education is brought back to your neighborhood.
Thank you. Vas?
Yeah, I just need to know some more information. What is this safety fair org.org? Is it a nonprofit, or how it has served the neighborhood councils in the past, or how it is serving the neighborhood council? Because I have not heard this name before.
So Friends of West Los Angeles is just the organization that we have basically contracted with. The organizers of this event is me and 5 other community citizens. And so it is so nonprofit. It is only to benefit the community. We don't take a dime. Everything goes back into the event and into the neighborhoods. And I have to say that the takeaways that people get when they come are pretty amazing. The backpacks that we handed out, so last year was actually a virtual, but we still had backpacks that we prepared. And then we had a location and it was at Rancho Park on the west side. You know, if they had signed up for the fair that was virtual, they could come and pick up this backpack with crowbar, goggles, a lot of masks last year, a lot of sanitation, stuff like that. But it was stuff that people needed, and we envision the same thing.
Thank you. Louis?
Yes, I'm just trying to, how you are getting the word out, how are you getting the community of Porter Ranch informed of this event and how they're gonna get to LA? Because it's gonna be very hard for anybody from Porter Ranch to head over to LA. So that's my question.
So I think that's going to be with some of your help, how we get it out to your community. We're going to have flyers. We're going to do some like news segments, but I'm not sure exactly what that will be. And I know that that's going to be our next phase of focus is that marketing piece. But it's going to be with your help. How do you currently send out information to your community, flyers next door? It'll be, we're gonna flood it to the community.
Thank you. David Balin?
Yes, first off, let me thank you for coming to our meeting tonight. And I want you to realize that every emergency preparedness fair brings so much value to the community. Unfortunately, I can't support this by any means, even though I support our CERT, I support our community, I support our emergency preparedness fairs that we have every year. I don't see anybody from Porter Ranch driving an hour to LA. I don't see our money that we have very little of being useful in LA. I think that, like I said, I think there's value to this, but not for our community. I have to tell you, I have to pass on this personally. But I think there's a lot of value for the rest of Los Angeles. But we're just in the north end of the San Fernando Valley here, and we try and do as much as we can for our community. So thank you.
David, thank you for that.
Thank you, Voss.
Yeah, because in the valley, we have the fair every year by emergency preparedness. And they also give the full bag of safety kits for the emergency and earthquake preparedness and other things. So I think that is more beneficial to us rather than going all the way to the downtown. And I don't think it will be very much helpful to our community. And the emergency preparedness is very helpful, and they coordinate, they do everything that is city agency. So I think we can coordinate with them more better. And they are holding it in valley every year in the valley.
So I do want to just add that the Valley is not going to be doing their fair this year. They didn't do it last year. They had a couple deaths of the people that were managing it. So they will bring it back, but they are not bringing it back this year. Just wanted to add that.
Yeah, but this is too far from us. The NPG is basically for the servicing the community, and this is very much beyond our community, which is not going to help our community. I don't think there will be many persons going there.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, Francie. I've got 3 stakeholders with their hands up. Sharon, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Basically, this event is not for any of the neighborhood councils in the Valley. It is too far to go. The stakeholders will not benefit. They're not going to take public transportation to go to Exposition Park. Parking, as far as I know, is still not been taken care of because it's a state, Exposition Park is state owned, and that's $15 parking. I've been monitoring this so far on the dashboard. There's been 4 neighborhood councils for a total of $3,000. Lake Balboa Neighborhood Council, Van Nuys, Hollywood United, and West Side that have given money. Pico last night did, I think, 1,000, but it's just not for the Valley. And I think it would be a waste of your limited funds to even give any kind of money to this event. It's a good event, but it's down, it needs to be down in LA and focus on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Karen, thank you so much. I know that you've been pretty active in I don't know, active in disregarding this, and I'm not quite sure why, but I know that you've spoken up at other meetings, and it is for everybody. And yes, the parking is an issue, but that is why we are fundraising. We want it to be a free event. So the more we can raise, the more people can attend, the more people, you know, we can cover the parking. Even though it's state run, doesn't mean we can't have a vendor or a sponsor come up and pay for the parking. But anyway, so thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Next is John. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I think the previous speakers have said something pretty succinct, but what I'd like to do, I spent almost 20 years going downtown from the Valley. An hour, if you're lucky, and it's Sunday morning, you might make it in an hour. But during the week, an hour and a half to 2 hours. That's 4 hours total. The parking is $15. That's another one. Are you giving certification to your training?
So there's going to be hands-on only CPR. There won't be any certifications just because of the timing. There are some preparedness presentations that will be going on now, and this is a Sunday, so yes, it's a commitment. So it could be, you know, a hour there, hour back, and again, we're still working on the parking. We are really trying to get free parking for everybody.
Well, these previous people made it pretty clear that driving from Porter Ranch in that area all the way down, you have, I just got through having a presentation today about traffic. But what's most important is the fact that if you choose downtown and you're not getting but maybe 3 or 4 neighborhood councils, do you have an idea how many councils there are in the San Fernando Valley?
Yeah, there's 99.
No, there isn't.
San
In the
Fernando,
valley, in the
all
valley.
of LA is 99, sorry.
So let's just say 35. And if each one of them gave you $3,000, you might be way ahead of what you're collecting now for the downtown, plus the volunteers, the support. So I suggest this is not a good idea to provide for us. What would be a great idea is to start planning for something in the San Fernando Valley where they can all get involved. They would jump on it if it was in the San Fernando Valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. We got 3 more comments and then I'll ask for a motion. Ron? Actually, Assad, sorry. Assad, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm totally for preparedness and all that. I mean, I work for the city of LA for 33 years. I'm currently one of the active emergency managers if anything happens in the city. And on your website, you list the emergency management department. The EMD has a lot of funding. Within this board has successfully done a lot within Porter Ranch. They just completed a CERT training for 6 weeks for the local residents of Porter Ranch. We participated in the Northridge preparedness. Yes, last year we had to do it on the online because of COVID challenges, but I see a challenge on a Sunday to go from Porter Ranch all the way there. I mean, it's not as easy. And if we were to spend the money, I think the 4,000 will take us a big time. Our chair of safety, Ms. Levesque, can do a an expo for preparedness safety in one of the local parks with the $4,000. I mean, we love the idea, we love the preparedness, but we are limited on cash. And our board here, the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council, is trying hard within the limited budget they have to do a lot. I encourage our board not to participate in this one, but like my colleague just said, maybe you should plan one here and utilize the neighborhood councils and the CD12 and CD3. This way you cover the valley, or maybe include CD7 with it. But I don't think we should spend this money on this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And Ellen, the floor is yours. Ellen,
I stayed.
there you go.
I agree with the last several speakers, and I'm sorry to say, because I used to go downtown to work many years ago, and we just heard the board cut from 2,000 to 1,000 to give to our police department to take care of our local police. And one of my questions would be, where does the money even come from for you to get Porter Ranch Council? I don't know where they get their money, but they don't have very much money. So to offer up something that's downtown LA, which they've all said it's a great thing, but most people from here are not going to get up on a Sunday, whether they've gone to church or not, whether they, sleep in on Sunday or do family breakfast, whatever it is, they're not going to get up and drive downtown and be just probably with a lot of people, for your sake, we hope, and do that. So I also agree that the council should not participate, even though it's a great thing. It sounds like your money needs to stay right here in the valley so that, for the next 9 months, you have a little something to work with. Thanks for letting me speak and be here at your meeting.
Thank you. All right, let's move forward with this and see. Is there any motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to table this item.
Motion to table it. Do I have a second? Do I have a second to table?
No.
Second it.
You'll second it?
I will, no, sorry.
You won't second it?
No.
This is for tabling. Okay, is there another motion? Anybody else have another motion for us? All right, with no motion, the motion dies. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, you guys.
Thank you, Francie. I appreciate your
Thank
time.
you.
All right, let's move on to the next one. Discussion and possible action to approve up to $5,000 NPG for quilting for community. Please raise your hand. Thank you. There you are. All right, there you are. Floor is yours. Quilting for community. Please unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry.
There
Can
you
you
go.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Liz Laurel. I am the Executive Director of Quilting for Community. We are a 501c3 arts and charity organization. And I guess since I have a PowerPoint, can I share my screen?
Go for it. Here,
Okay.
you have ability already.
Okay. Here we go. So, gosh, now I'm nervous. Well, our mission is to build community through teaching, and we give retirees the opportunity to teach new quilters. We are currently located in Chatsworth, and we started in Northridge in 2018, and we've just grown exponentially. Our classes are free. We have worked with the students at Options for Youth, which what used to be Opportunities for Learning, Hope Gardens, San Fernando Valley Rescue Mission Shelter. Our quilts are donated throughout the valley to the Northridge Hospital, Hope of the Valley shelters, to folks who are transitioning from their shelter into their new home. And we found even before the lockdown and COVID, that this was something that was really helpful for seniors to sort of bond and bind with young folks, giving them an opportunity to build a connection and share what they know. As many folks know that feel that quilting is a dying art, but we know that it's really something that's healing, collaborative, creative, and communal. So people come to us from all over LA after this was our National Quilting Day that did not happen. That was COVID. Let's see here, I gotta just get down. So we have been subletting space for about 2 years, and we finally got our first lease. We're so excited in Chatsworth. And while we are preparing, we have some just minor repairs that we need to do to make our space functional, accessible, and safe for our community design center and our participants. I initially sent you our application for $5,000, and I have to tell you, it was almost out of desperation and anxiety, because you guys were the first one that I sent an application to. I have since sent applications to the other neighborhood councils in the area, and so I'm not asking for 5,000. So I want to just say even 1,500. We John Lee has just made a promise of $5,000 to us. We did a fundraiser this past weekend at the Valley Artisan Fest at the Chatsworth Metrolink station, that we were able to raise another $3,000. We are trying to raise $14,500. We have another fundraiser coming this weekend where we're hoping that we could possibly bring in another 15. So considering that we are here in the neighborhood, our goal is to uplift, to share, to build community, and to give people a place where they can come and learn something for free. The classes are free. And so this was us at the Valley Artisan Festival. I don't know if you guys heard about it in Chatsworth this past weekend. DCA gave us a $20,000 budget to put on a $20,000 show. And I think we put on a $50,000 show. But basically we brought in artists from all over the Valley to come together and share their art. And so people got to come for free and learn different kinds of art. So not only was it quilting arts, but also music, dance, visual arts. It was a really good time. And that's just me signing the lease. So it's just something that I would ask for you guys to consider. I've heard all of everything before here, so I know that your budget is tight. So whatever it is that you can offer, we would be appreciative.
Thank you. David Balin?
My apology. Do we have a motion on the table at this time?
Right now it's discussion.
Okay, so
Without a motion yet.
I think this is great for the community, and we love art. And I think more people should get involved. As little as money as that we have, my recommendation would be for $500 and encourage them to continue seeing us. Because I think the community needs a great place for people, for mostly our children, to learn art. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, David. And actually, I'll second that for $500. So we have a first and second for $500. I do see hands up. Jason, floor is yours.
So I'm your guy with art. You see in the back here, my art. I love original art, fine art. My daughter's a little artist herself. So just if you could just clarify where you see our stakeholders benefiting. So is it maybe the opportunity to take classes with you guys? Is there any schools locally, maybe in the Northridge, Granada Hills, Chatsworth area that you're working with? The students could benefit. If you could articulate how our stakeholders, the people in this group, in this meeting,
Yes,
and around our area can actually take advantage of what you're doing. And
absolutely.
congratulations on the funding you received.
Thank you. Yes, so we teach free classes to the community. And we take our classroom projects and we then donate them to other folks within our community who could use some encouragement, and use just, a hug and a quilt is what we call it. I am a stakeholder. I'm in Northridge. Many of our volunteers are in CD12 area, and we also have folks who travel throughout the valley. So we have West Valley, we have Granada Hills, we have Northridge, we have Chatsworth. Since we've moved from Northridge to Chatsworth, our engagement has increased 350%. So we know that we're onto something. The community has been responding. We've grown to the point where sharing or subleasing space is not working for us anymore. And now we just need a little bit of something to, put a new carpet down, get a little electrical done before we move into our new space.
There is a big arts community in Chatsworth. If you see
It's-
all the murals and stuff.
Yes, we are right there on the West End Arts District. So
Congratulations on your space.
thank you so much. So we are moving from Jordan and Devonshire and Jordan to Devonshire and Owensmouth with our name on the lease.
All right,
Thank you guys so much.
awesome. Thank you. Voss, you have a question? You're muted, Voss.
Okay, it is good to know that there is a facility which is going to offer benefits to the kids of our community, our valley. And I support this motion for $500.
Thank you. David Balin, you have another question, comment?
I did. I have added value. That's what I always like to bring. I would like to offer, if you have an event and you are looking for assistance from the neighborhood councils, I'd like you to consider our council, even though you're not right in our backyard. I'm sure there'll be our stakeholders that'll be visiting your new storefront. So please
Absolutely.
keep us in mind. Thank you.
I certainly will. Thank you so much.
I 100% agree with David there. I have a question here from Sharon. Sharon, the floor is yours.
Yes, this sounds like a wonderful nonprofit and stuff like that. The question is, the NPG is actually for refurbishing, I guess it is, the building that they're moving into, and not necessarily for any classes and stuff. And I'm just, if you end up reading the NPG. And actually, another neighborhood council, they had a budget listed of paint and different things like that. I'm just concerned that NPGs are used for the fixing up of a leased facility for a nonprofit, and that they're supposed to be used that way. But like I said, great community effort and stuff like that. But just on, the NPG should really go in and be specific that it is to go in. And I think there's a one line or something in there that it's for actually the fixing up of their new facility. Thank you.
May I address that? So the space as it is, we could just move in and start. However, there are some things that would make the process, the classes a bit more comfortable, and that would be carpeting to deal with the acoustics of the machines and of the talking and of the going back and forth. And then also just the electrical, we want to make sure that each station has the right amount of current and has the, oh gosh, I forgot what it was, but we don't want to overpower any one current. So it is really for the entire program. if we can't have a safe space for people to learn to quilt for free, then we don't need a space. So that's why this is really just to make sure that we're running in a really safe way. If we just went into the space and just started working as is, it just wouldn't be the best opportunity for folks to come in the classes and be safe and, continue our classes. I don't know if that answered.
Thank you, and thank you, Sharon. That was a great question. David Balin?
I'd like to defer this to Jason for a little bit input, if you mind, Jason, because she's made a very valid point, but I know there's a way that we can get this through with the city. Any thoughts?
Well, the city's gonna look at the application and approve it, and they're pretty, it's more up to us how we filter it, because sometimes we've given money for MPGs for stuff and then this stuff doesn't get done, right? I mean, we've situations in other neighborhood councils where, you've given it, and essentially the position the city takes is that it's a donation.
It's right up for them probably too. I'm
know,
thinking her explanation was pretty well about the carpeting as well as electrical. And I see them doing something similar to that with the money. And for $500, they probably can get some carpeting and some electrical checked. Any thoughts?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, from the electrical standpoint, they're gonna have to run dedicated circuits probably to each station,
Exactly.
which they might have to upgrade some of the electrical.
Exactly. Ron, you have something to say? Ron, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. First, I have a couple of questions. First of all, how many Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council residents are currently in your program? And second of all, as we just mentioned, when you do any kind of capital improvements to a project, the problem is what happens if it never gets done? We're approving one thing and then they want to use it for something else. And I've always been, I think it's a wonderful program, but I've always been in favor of planting another tree in Porter Ranch or putting money toward fixing another sidewalk. And I think we owe it, based on our own charter, to spend the money within our bounds. But again, how many currently do you have that are Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council residents? And what are the safeguards? Do you have a signed contract already for these improvements?
So we just had an electrician come in the other day. So he's been looking at putting in 4 additional circuits for us. So we're gonna get the finished estimate tomorrow. Yeah, we are absolutely doing this. We're not doing this. We have to do it because this is our first lease. We need to move in and we know that we need it to be safe. Having the additional circuits for each station, we'll have approximately 8 stations. We have 30 volunteers, like that's not even including the participants and the students that we have. We just changed our website to capture the zip codes. So I don't know all of the folks who may or may not be from Porter Ranch, but I know that we're so close that that we will be impacting very soon, just based on the impact that we've already had in Northridge and Chatsworth.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I got 2 more questions and then we'll call a vote. David Balin, you have your hand up again?
Nope, take it down.
Thank you. And Becky?
Okay, just for the record, I think it's a really good idea, but given, the financial constraints on our community this year, I really think that I would rather put it toward our robotics program at our schools. I mean, last year, I don't think we gave any money to PRCS where our children go to school. I agree with Ron, and I think your idea is tremendous. I would give a private donation, but I really don't think that that is something that we should do at this time, but I'd love to have you come back in our next fiscal year. That's it.
Thank you, Becky. Any other comments before we call the vote? Okay, Let's call the vote. Becky, you want to call it or should I call it?
No, I got it.
All
I
right.
got this. All righty, David Balin.
Yes.
Could you, just for the heck of it, repeat the motion, Gabriel?
The motion is to approve $500 NPG to quilting for community.
And does it say what it's being used for?
In the motion directly, no, but in the motion that NPG application they sent, yes, it does.
Okay. All right, Hilda Sarkisian,
No.
Jason Hector,
No.
Luis Ramirez. Is he absent? Is Luis still here? Did he go take a
He
nap?
left.
Is he here or no?
It
So
is
he's
not here.
absent?
Yes.
Okay, Becky Levesque is no. Brandy Grace is absent. Jennifer is absent. Voss Singh,
Yes.
okay, and Christine Demercian,
No.
okay, and Gabriel Conlon.
Yes.
Okay, so we
David,
have
David
3
Bellin.
yeses and 4 nos.
So unfortunately, the no's win
Okay, well, we'll
on
see you
this
next
one.
time.
And
then.
come
Thank
back
you.
and see us again.
I certainly will. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for
Okay.
coming.
Of course.
Try
Thank
us
you.
later in the year.
Yeah.
All right, we're almost there, guys. Number 22. Oh, it's gonna be a long night. Oh, it has been.
Yeah.
This discussion and possible action to approve up to $2,500 NPG to North Valley Family YMCA for Thanksgiving turkey stuffing or
That's-
turkey.
That's David Hartmeyer.
Yep. And he is here. All right.
Late night.
We're keeping him up. David, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hello, everyone.
Hi.
Thank you for your patience. I'm still here. So our YMCA for almost 20 years now has given away over 3,500 Thanksgiving meals to the families in the Valley. And we hope to increase that this year to over 3,600 and are on our way towards that goal. But it takes everyone in the Valley to help us. And we're hoping that you could help us by donating. We raised close to $75,000, which helps purchase the canned goods, the produce, the gift cards that we give for the turkeys. And we work with all the schools in the Valley, every single one, including in Porter Ranch. They identify families in need, and then we distribute to all those families on the Monday before Thanksgiving. And it's just a great event. Actually, I recognize many of you because many of you have come and helped load those bags for us. So thank you. But we're hoping that we could count on your support again, and I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Becky, question.
Yes, David, welcome. How much have we donated in the past years for this event? Does anybody know?
I know last year, I'd like to say you gave $10,000, but
your nose is growing.
yeah, last year you gave 1,500.
15, okay.
Thank you. David Balin?
So first off, whatever we give, just know that we're giving out of the care that we love for our community. But I want to make a comment to my board here. You know what? This is a great event, and my wife, my daughter, we go every single year, and we give us 3-4 hours. I mean, it goes so quick, and the bags grow. And when you start seeing the bags pile up, you're like, wow, look what we've done. And you know that it's feeding so many people. So I'm going to encourage every one of us just to come out. Even if you do an hour, you're going to have the best time of your life. You're going to meet the most wonderful people in Porter Ranch. But I'll tell you straight up, I don't see my council out there. So I'm going to encourage you guys to come out this year.
I was there. I was there last year.
Yes, she was.
Hello.
I did not see you. Were you
Oh,
on the board
I
then
did
at that
not see
time?
you.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
You guys.
I saw both of
I'm
you
with two
at different
beautiful
times.
ladies, so you'll
okay.
see us.
Thank you, David. Jason?
Yeah, no, the Y always did the cleanups with us in Limekiln Canyon. And, that always means a lot. And I know you guys do give a lot of meals to Castle Bay students. I know that for a fact because I was seeing everything go down. So, and thank you, Hilda and David, for participating. I should have gone too, but yeah, just understand whatever we give, we're running tight on our funds this year. But I think you do come around for some other thing later in the year. It's just right now we're really running low. I mean,
Anybody can make a motion. It's open.
Can
what
I
do you
ask a
guys think?
question?
Yeah.
This is something that we have to ask as a neighborhood council, David. What recognition will the neighborhood council get for making a donation so that people know? You guys put something on the wall or something, don't you?
Yeah, so we have recognition in the wall of the Y for all donors over $1,000. So in the lobby. And then we also provide recognition in every Thanksgiving meal we give. We put a flyer in with all the donors listed in there at 500 and above.
Do we have a motion?
Nope, we're waiting for a motion.
I'll make a motion for $2,000 for the YMCA.
Thank you. Do I have a second? No second. Anybody want to amend the motion?
I'll amend the motion for,
I'll second it, Becky. This is Christine.
All right. That was quick. Christine beat you, David, by half
That's
a
okay.
millisecond. All right, so Becky made the motion for $2,000. Christine made the second. No further comments.
I have a comment. Jason, what will that leave us with for the rest of the year?
Hold on, I'm figuring it. Let's see. We approved. We had 6,000
Till June of next year.
till June of next year, and now we approved 1,000 for solid, right? So
1,000 for solid. Yeah.
5,000, and then if we approve, yeah, so 5,000 is for the rest of the year.
After this,
No, without this, what are we proposing? Right
We'll be
now?
down to $3,000
We'd be
for until June of next year.
Yeah, I think that's way too much, 2,000. I think we should be more in the 750 range. Personally, that's my opinion, my comment. I would not be supporting a $2,000 level, not because I don't support the Y, but because we're gonna have a lot of other people coming for MPGs throughout this year. And we're gonna have to say no because we spent all the money.
We
Okay,
we
have
need
a
to
first
support
and a
our
second right now.
schools. We need to support our schools, you guys. So,
The schools haven't come yet at all.
Yeah.
Here.
And
They
that was
will
going to
be.
be my recommendation, Jason.
Okay,
So
we
will
have
be
a first
coming.
and a second, guys. Anybody want to amend the motion?
I do. Until I got beat out by Christine. I'd like to amend it. My amend is for a donation for $750 and for whoever's available to show up and participate.
Thank you. 1 second.
I mean, sometimes you can contribute your checkbook, but other times you just show up and, so it's not all money all the time,
Okay, do we have a second on the amended motion?
can we make a comment?
Yes, of course.
I think that the YMCA is in Porter Ranch. Our kids go there all the time. For $750, we don't even get our name on the wall. And I think if we should at least raise it to 1,000, just something to think
I
about.
second that.
So are you amending the amended motion to $1,000?
Yeah, I'll second that.
This is like a deja vu from a year ago. We had
Yeah.
something similar to
I
this.
don't know if we're following the.
All right, hold on, let me,
And I'll come out and help out.
Yeah, me too.
But I have to make it, I have to tell you, David, what I'm gonna do. Because last year was different and I know I'm capable of doing more, so I'll do more.
so now the amended motion is $1,000.
Mhm,
Becky made the motion, Hilda seconded, right? Especially for the note taker.
mhm.
I do see a question up by Ron. Ron, floor is yours. Let's see, can you talk? Yeah, you should be able to talk.
No, I can't do it.
There you go, I hear you.
We hear you.
We heard you.
You just muted yourself, Ron.
Okay. I think if the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council is gonna do one of these grants, this is it. We're supporting the Y who comes out for us. And you know what? I don't hear that from a lot of these organizations. The only way they come to us is they want us to give them something. Unlike the Y that helps us and they're part of our community, and it's a very worthy cause. I would say slam the rest of your balance on this tonight. I know there's other MPGs that are out there. You know what? Very few of them come forward and say how much money they raised. The Y has one heck of a, I used to be on the board many years ago. One heck of a fundraising effort, great people, a great cause. Throw the money down on this one.
So
And-
Ron's
and-
saying he's gonna make up the difference for us. Thank you, Ron.
Thanks, Ron. He's gonna log off.
You're David, you're like the governor. You're great at spending my money.
And I appreciate you providing it. Thank you.
Thank you. With
Anyway,
no further-
that's my opinion.
Thank you, Ron. With no further comments, with a first and a second, Becky, call the vote.
Oh,
Just to be
okay.
clear,
David
repeat the
Ba-
motion, please.
Okay, David Balin,
The motion is for $1,000.
Thank you.
Yes.
okay, Hilda Sarkisian,
Yes.
Jason Hector,
Sure.
sure. I don't see that on.
Okay, yes.
I don't see that category, but okay.
Luis, oh, he's gone. Okay, Becky, yes. Brandy Grace is not here. Jennifer is not here. Voss,
Yes.
okay, Christine Demertian,
Yes.
okay, and Gabriel.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
The motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, David, as always.
Thank you,
Thank you,
everyone.
David.
Thanks,
November
David.
12th
We'll
and
see you.
13th.
Couple
And I'll
months.
see you there this year, 12th and 13th.
Yep, November 12th and 13th. We'll see
Can you
you.
send me, drop me an email?
Yes, I'll send you the information about volunteering for sure.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really quick on that note, if we're gonna be doing that, David, if you drop us a note, let us know because we'll send it out to the schools because the students that show up get credit. They get hours.
Yeah, we work with all the high schools in the area and they come in with their community service hours. Absolutely.
As well as PRCS. So thank you. They
Yep,
do need
yep,
it.
Yeah.
can I just ask you a quick question? What are your hours of operation now?
It changes all the time, Becky.
I know.
So today it's 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday 8 to 1, and then we're starting to open on Sundays now. This Sunday is the first Sunday, 8 to 12.
Awesome.
And then in hopefully in 2 to 3 weeks, we're hoping to expand to opening all day during the week.
Awesome.
So
Thank you.
it's changed. We're adding hours every month.
Good for you.
Yeah. We're rebuilding. We're still at about 50% of where we were, but 6 months ago we were at 35%. So
We'll get there.
yeah.
We'll get there.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. We'll see you soon. Next agenda item is anyone here representing United to House LA Coalition, please raise your hand. I know they had a changeover of employees and they might not be here today. Going twice. Anyone from United to House LA Coalition? All right, item tabled. Item number 24. Motion to approve August 10, 2022 draft minutes. There is one change on there I want to mention, which is removing David Lasher's name on the top, which multiple board members brought this up to me. Thank you. With that edit, I'll make a amended motion removing Lasher's name off the draft minutes. Do we have a second on that? If that made sense.
Second,
Thank you. Who is that, David? Right?
yes.
Thank you, David. So I make a note here, remove.
What, I'm kind of lost, Gabriel. Where are you?
We are at item number 24, approving minutes, August 10.
You mean 25?
Yeah, 25.
Okay.
It's item 25 on my end.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Do I have a second? Yes, David Balin seconded it. I have Sharon with a question. 1 second, please. Sharon, floor is yours.
Yes, I was looking at your minutes and
Okay.
I'm on there. And it said that my comment was, I think that it was a good event or something like that. And I think the comment had to do with, I don't know whether it was the preparedness fair or what, but I'm not sure if that was right on there. And the other thing is on your minutes, your vote. What
Okay.
does one mean? You're actually supposed to be putting yes, no, abstained, or absent.
One, the way our note taker does, one means yes, and 0 means absent.
Well, the thing is, basically the way the bulk minute policy is that you're actually supposed to be going and actually putting yes, no, because like I said, I don't know what that is, and it would be helpful, but you also have to go and put who's absent on there. So I just happened to see that, but my thing was, a comment was made, and again, I don't remember.
Do you remember which I'm looking at the minutes right now. Do you remember where it's at? And I can get that fixed.
I'm
Can you
trying.
share the screen, Gabriel, so we can?
Yeah, 1 second.
It would probably be under, was it
Can
under
you see
public
can you see the
comment?
screen?
Yeah, I think it was under might have been
Can you zoom in? Yeah, thank
on
you.
there. I mean, all you have to do is find my name, and I think I was like on a second page towards the
This is the second page here to end.
or
Third,
but
maybe.
yeah, keep on, because like I said, I think it was at the top of a page,
Okay.
but all right, so public comment on an agenda.
All of us looking at it, I think we'll catch it.
Hold on, you're going.
Craig, David.
So maybe it was an agenda item on there.
So we're at item number 14 now.
Oh, that's just the MER. That's the air monitoring.
Sorry about that. I try to go and know exactly where it is, but.
Do you want to just table this and then,
Well, the thing is, it's not a big deal because I'm not on the board.
if you're not
and stuff
objecting
like
to
that.
it, then
But let's see, there's Glenn. No, I'm like, it's towards there. Sharon was
Found you.
recognized to speak and stated that the event will benefit stakeholders. And if you were talking about the exposition, it's like, no, like today, it wouldn't benefit the stakeholders.
Okay, so do you want me to write wouldn't benefit stakeholders, or should we cross it out for you?
No, because if I made this comment, it would be just like I did tonight.
Okay,
And so I didn't think that I actually said
Benefit.
anything would benefit. So basically, would not benefit
Gotcha.
your stakeholders. Thank you for
PRNC.
taking the time
Okay,
on there.
I will
Thank you.
make that change in the edits before it becomes final.
That's, like I said, it's just a little thing, but
No, that's
Hey, little
important.
things add up.
thank you.
Thank you. Jason, what were you saying?
Nothing. That's important. No, I want to make sure that,
Exactly. I think anytime any stakeholder or board member makes a change, we have to change it, so. Perfect. Any other, let me see, let me get rid of the share screen so I can see everybody's hands. All right, any other changes? All right, let's vote on the edited motion to approve the August 10, 2022 minutes. The two edits are removing Lasher's name. And number 2 is item number 18. Change would to wouldn't on Sharon's comment.
And this is item number 25, correct?
Item number 25, correct.
Do you want me to call for the vote, Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am, go for it.
Okay, David Balin,
Yes.
Hilda Sarkisian,
Yes.
Jason Hector.
I'm going to abstain. I didn't read them.
You didn't? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Luis Ramirez is absent. Becky Levesque is yes. Is Luis here?
No.
Oh, okay. It's getting late. Brandy Grace is absent. Jennifer absent. Voss Singh
I was absent at that meeting, so put me absent.
abstain.
Abstain.
Okay. And Christine
Yes.
and Gabriel Conley.
Yes,
Okay, the motion passes.
motion passes. Quick question to the note taker. Would you be able to do what the stakeholder stated about writing yeses and nos instead of ones and zeros?
That's not a problem. It's got an automatic query in there, so I never have to count the vote. It counts it itself.
Gotcha, that's why. you
That's
did
why
that
putting
one.
the 1 and the 0 in there, it won't add the zeros, but it would add the ones. So that way I never have to tally the vote tallies itself.
Gotcha, or maybe have a
Thank you.
note somewhere what the zeros and ones mean.
Yeah, put like a something where it says 1 equals yes, right? Like that. So people, it's clear.
It's like when a meeting is late, like tonight, the thing is that I never have to add the vote. The vote adds itself.
Gotcha. Yeah,
But I'll
just
put
make
a,
a
I'll
note
put a,
on
I'll
there.
put a legend. You want me to put a little legend below the box?
Yeah, that would be
Okay.
appropriate.
The legend
Perfect.
is not a problem.
Excellent, thank you. David, you have a question?
No, I have a comment. I want to go on the record. You've taken us over 11 o'clock.
Do I win the latest meeting yet or not
This
yet?
is the longest we've ever had,
Yeah,
Gabriel.
this is
So
too long.
I can officially say I did the shortest and longest meeting.
Oh, gosh.
I don't know, I like the shorter ones better, trust me. We have updates from board members of committees. I highly doubt any are there, but is there any updates?
Yes, I would like to inform everyone that Congress of Neighborhood is scheduled this month on September 24th. And if you are interested, you can sign up, and there are going to be about 30 workshops. That's it for now.
Thank you. Any other comments? With no further comments, next board meeting will be October 12, 2022. We will be voting on installing the new board member in the current vacant seat. I believe we have 4 applicants. Is that correct, Christine? I think she's checking out now too.
No, sorry, I couldn't
Okay.
unmute it for some reason, but
No
that is
problem.
correct.
Perfect. And with no further objection.
Gabriel, 1 second, I have an objection.
Yes,
Really
David.
quick. Can we check with the board right now? Because if we're able to fill the position of a treasurer, who would be available?
What do you mean? Repeat that question again.
Meaning you have everybody here.
Okay.
If you're gonna have a special meeting, like, let's say, can we see who's available like next Monday or next Tuesday?
I think the issue is Jennifer, we're all nominating Jennifer and she's not here to be able to.
No, I get that, but I'm saying if she says yes,
Okay.
I mean, well, is everybody pretty much available next week? I'll be available. All right, I'm good.
Okay, I'll make it available for its 10-minute meeting anyways.
We'll make it work. This is important.
Yes, me too.
Okay, 10 minutes. We'll arrange a date. We come on,
Why
vote
not?
and leave. And that'll be my shortest meeting. There you go.
That's it. You did it.
Any other comments?
When are we getting to have the copies of the applications for the new?
We'll get them out to you. Normally actually we had to cut off today, so we can actually send that out tomorrow.
Okay.
What are you sending out tomorrow?
The copies of the applications. Because today is the cutoff date, so everybody from here on, it's worthless. So any application we received so far are the ones that are going to be the candidates. Does that make sense?
No, one more time.
Okay, the cutoff for applications is in 1 hour.
Okay,
So if we don't receive any other applications, then those 4 applicants are the only 4 applicants we have.
but you
So
can
we
extend
we
it.
can review those applicants tomorrow. It wouldn't matter because we're voting on it next month.
Okay, I just have one thing I want to bring up. You know, they sent an email about the CISs, the people who can file the community impact statements. Did you reply yet to that? Because
Yes, I did tell them that Susan is not on the board.
yeah,
Yeah.
but Becky is on there and you're on there, right?
Yeah,
So are you guys going to be getting set to file CISs?
I've never filed one yet.
Well, I
so-
think, you know, since, you know, Becky, you're down there as one who can file a CIS, and Gabriel, you're down as one who can file a CIS. So I think you guys need to get your logins so you can do that from the city. And next month, we should talk about that on the agenda, because everybody is always, I've been doing all the CISs, but I think somebody else
Right.
needs to do it, especially since you guys are already approved. All you have to do is get the login, and then you can file the CIS. And we can have up to 5. So if you could put on the next agenda, let's nominate another, 2 more people who can.
Is it
do
4
that.
or 5?
It's 5.
It is 5?
But you guys, you and Becky should get your passwords, so at least you
Okay.
can do it. That's all.
You
That's
got
fine.
it.
Gabriel, we'll work on that, okay?
Sounds good.
Just to help me out, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
100%.
Oh, absolutely.
David, you have your hand up?
Oh, sleeping.
Gotcha. I thought you just wanted to extend it to 11:30 so you can say it's even later now.
No, please, no.
All right, I can't even speak anymore.
Yep.
Meeting adjourned at 11:03 p.m.
Mhm.
All right.
Thank you everyone for being here and being
Good
patient.
night.
And we
Good
got a lot
night.
done
Good
today.
night, guys.
Good
Bye.
night.
Take care.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Have a
Stay
good night.
safe.
Had a great time.
Good job,
Have a good
Becky.
week.
Good
You
job,
guys
Becky.
too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.